Okay. Morning. Thank you for waiting patiently for us. We had a little bit of delay due to traffic. You'd think as ODOT, we could control that a little bit better, but apparently not. So we apologize for the delay. I wanted to welcome everybody this morning to our Thursday, May 8th commission meeting, 2025 already. And it's a beautiful day in Salem. And today's meeting, I'm actually looking forward to, as it's really a informational meeting. We have a lot on the agenda to discuss and to look at. And so I'm not going to delay this. We're going to go ahead and move forward and try to get through our meeting on time today. With that said, I will move right to public comment. And this morning we have, I believe, 4 people, maybe 5 people that are actually going to be commenting. Our first one will be Joe Courtwright, and I'm not sure if Mr. Courtwright is on. There he is. I see him. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Joe Courtwright with City Observatory. As you remember, I testified 6 weeks ago, and I pointed out that faced with cost overruns, what this commission has done is frown, shrug, and then give the same people more money to do more of the same. And I noted that you get the behavior that you reward. And what you've been rewarding is lowballing cost estimates, overestimating revenue, and minimizing or ignoring risks. And we're seeing that happening in real time today on your agenda. And I'll just draw your attention to item K, which deals with the Interstate Bridge project. If you'll notice, you don't have any estimate of how much this project will cost. I mean, you're being told that you're just approving a $2 billion STIP allocation, but what you're really doing is signing a blank check for whatever this project ends up costing. And there are clear signals that it's going to cost a lot more than the $7.5 billion they've told you. First of all, the cost estimate we know, and your staff report acknowledges, is out of date. It was prepared in 2022. In January of 2024, 16 months ago, your staff publicly said, we know the net estimate is outdated, it needs to be raised, and we'll have a new estimate for you in 6 months. They've subsequently missed 2 deadlines. The staff report now says you might get a new cost estimate by the end of the year. So you're actually being asked to approve this project without any cost estimate. Also, you're counting on about up to $1.6 billion in toll revenues. But again, the homework hasn't been done here. The level 3 analysis that would tell you how much toll revenue you can actually get and what tolls you would have to charge to get it hasn't been done, and the tolls won't be set until after you commit to construction of the project. You're also counting on $1 billion from the federal government for light rail, and you haven't even applied for that money yet, and you won't know, according to your staff report, until 2028. And there's a placeholder in the staff report that basically says, we'll come back and amend the STIP when we don't get as much federal money as we hope for. In addition, the item allocates $430 million in additional money for quote unquote preliminary engineering. That's on top of, apparently, the $200 million that you've already spent. So more than $600 for preliminary engineering, which only covers the period through 2027. The single largest chunk of that money has gone to WSP, which is the company that came in last month or your last meeting and said you're doing a very fine job managing. Of course, they think you are because you're handing them lots of money. What this does is, all of this does is makes a mockery of the idea of accountability and transparency. You're signing up for something you don't know how much it's going to cost and how you're going to pay for it. And it's coming at exactly the time you're asking the legislature for a major transportation package, and ODOT's materials presented to the Joint Transportation Committee have omitted any reference to the additional cost of this project. So essentially, once we approve this transportation project, the legislature will discover that it has a big additional hole to fill. And finally, I'll just point out, your staff report says that this project will be with us for a good long time, that the construction period will take 15 years. And as bad as the surprises are right now, as you know from your experience with the Abernathy Bridge, there will be more surprises in a difficult, complex, expensive bridge project along the year, as it goes along. So you can count on you and more likely your successors having to wrestle with the consequences of the decisions you make today. Good luck.
Thank you very much for your comment. Our next commenter is Sarah Iannaro.
Good morning, Chair Brown and members of the Commission. Thank you for having me here today. For the record, my name is Sarah Iannaro, Executive Director of the Street Trust. We represent street users from across Oregon, regardless of how they travel, but we especially watch out for the 30% of Oregonians who can't or don't drive and rely on sidewalks, bike lanes, pathways, and public transit for their lives and livelihoods. You may have seen our recent op-ed in the Oregonian where my colleagues and I called on lawmakers to fund safety first in the upcoming transportation package. We outlined how we could secure $465 million in new revenue per biennium for proven beloved safety programs like Safe Routes to School, Great Streets, Oregon Community Paths, and jurisdictional transfers that convert dangerous state highways into safe local streets. But let's be honest. From where we're standing and the conversations we're having this week, the communities the Street Trust serves will be lucky to get cents on the dollar toward their safety funding requests. And today, you're being told that the Rose Quarter Improvement Project will cost an additional $400 million, bringing the total price tag to more than $2 billion. So here's the elephant in the room. If we're willing to treat $400 million as a routine inflationary increase on a freeway mega project, why is it such a heavy lift to invest at least that much in saving lives? In 2023, nearly 600 people died on Oregon's roads. More than 34,000 ended up in the hospital and emergency rooms. These are not statistics. They are neighbors, workers, children, parents, grandparents, medical bills, lost wages, lost loved ones, forever. If we're going to ask taxpayers for more in taxes and fees, then we need to show them what they're getting in return and commit to delivering. That's why we recommend dedicated safety revenue mechanisms, because at the road shows all year, safe streets, great transit, and getting ODOT spending under control is what they told you and lawmakers they wanted. And they are watching what we do. And they know that $400 million more for Rose Quarter won't deliver safety, affordability, or climate resilience where they live, work, and play. Don't families across Oregon need and deserve a safe, reliable, affordable transportation system too? And finally, let me be crystal clear. The $100 million pedestrian bicycle bridge at Rose Quarter project must stay in the project. It is not negotiable. It cannot be value engineered out. Without it, this project does not live up to its stated purpose and does not deserve public support. We need a come to God moment on our transportation priorities. This is the time to align spending with values, to treat safety as non-negotiable, and to build back public trust through clear accountability, transparent project selection, and real performance metrics. The problem is not just revenue, it's credibility. And if we want to pass a statewide package this year, let alone deliver on mega projects, we need to get serious about both. Thank you for your time today. I hope you have a good meeting.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Grace Ross.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Grace Ross. I'm here representing a group of concerned neighbors from Kenton and North Portland. While I understand this issue is probably a lot smaller than many you're dealing with today and is not on today's agenda, I'd like to briefly raise a matter that we believe has implications for transportation safety along a state-managed roadway. We don't yet have full details about the proposed development, but through conversations with our local representatives, we've come to understand that an exemption has been requested from ODOT to allow a new drive-through at the former Green Zebra grocery site. This location is at the intersection of North Lombard Street, or the US 30 bypass, and Peninsular Avenue in North Portland. It was previously a valued community gathering space, and it appears the site may become a McDonald's with a newly constructed drive-through. Our understanding is that current code requires drive-through facilities to be set back at least 50 feet from an intersection, and that an exemption would be necessary in this case to move forward. This setback requirement seems like a pretty sensible and important safety standard, and we're concerned that granting an exemption could compromise safety and undermine the intent of that policy. If approved, this would be the third drive-through fast food establishment within a single block, following the recently opened Mike's Drive-In and a planned Starbucks at the old RV site. Many of us regularly walk, bike, drive in this area, and we've seen firsthand the near misses and confusion as vehicles turn onto Peninsular. Adding yet another drive-through would increase traffic, turning movements, idling, and lane blocking behavior, which would create more risk for vulnerable road users. We urge the Commission and ODOT staff to carefully consider the safety implications of this exemption request, particularly in the context of Oregon's broader goals to reduce serious injuries and fatalities on our roads and support more walkable, people-centered communities. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your comment. I'm sure staff will take a look at that. And our last commenter today is JT Flowers, and he is here in person. So JT, if you'd like to come on up.
We good here? Yeah. Thank you so much, Chair Brown and Commissioners. It's so great to be with you. You know, I know you're hearing from a lot of folks from a lot of different directions right now. As I always say, I do not envy the position that you're in, right? Our state is in the midst of trying to find its way through one of the most incredibly challenging periods from a legislative perspective in our history, right? We don't have the certainty that we're used to being able to rely on at the federal level. At the state level, there are a ton of competing priorities, all of which matter deeply to different constituencies. And you folks are tasked with the unenviable job of trying to help parse through those. I'm here off the back of a trip to Washington, D.C., alongside the Portland Metro Chamber's flyout delegation that included stakeholders from Portland, from Seattle, Washington, and of course from Vancouver, BC. We had the opportunity to meet with representatives from this administration at the federal level, particularly one representative from USDOT. And what we heard back was actually quite encouraging, particularly as it pertains to IBR. They seem quite confident that that project will continue to move forward, given its importance, not just on a local and regional level, but on a national level as well. We were also able to open up some conversations about the future of the I-5 Rose Quarter project, and of course, the $450 million in federal funding that we as the Albina Vision Trust helped secure just about a year ago. I forgot to say, for the record, my name is JT Flowers. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Albina Vision Trust. But what I'm here to talk to you about today is an extension of all of that work. You know, what we've seen is that the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project matters not just, again, to stakeholders across Oregon, but to stakeholders across the country. I can't tell you how many times in DC, whether it was on the Hill or in other meetings around the city, we heard folks say, you guys are doing what with the highway? You're building a cap over it that you can build buildings on top of right in the middle of your central city. That's remarkable. And you're also increasing freight throughput in the process. That's a remarkable achievement for a state to be able to pull off. As you know, the grant that we received from the federal government was the largest in the state of Oregon's history, right? The largest in ODOT's history. It's really important that as we approach this transportation package in the long session of our state legislature this year, we are remaining deeply committed to what you folks have all said matters so deeply to you, and you've shown matters so deeply to you, the delivery of a full project. At present, the financing mechanism proposed in that initial framework that came out of the Joint Committee on Transportation includes a 1% system user fee on new vehicle purchases. Of course, that funding would be funneled through the State Highway Trust Fund. We know for a fact that those dollars, while they would be eligible to complete certain aspects of the Rose Quarter Improvement Project, would not all be eligible for the completion of the cover. it's really, really important to us as stakeholders, but also to our state that we see a financing package that comes together that will allow us to deliver on a full project, including the completion of the covers. Similarly, if you remember back to March of last year, I think we were in a room just like this one, a bit further out in the state of Oregon, and you folks passed an incredible resolution directing the Albina Vision Trust and ODOT to work alongside one another to figure out a way that the development of these future highway covers above I-5 can be woven into the broader fabric of the Albina Vision Trust's 94-acre redevelopment of Portland's Central City. We worked with ODOT. We put together a legislative framework that turned into a bill. That bill number is SB 1182. And tomorrow, the Joint Committee on Transportation will be deciding what bills get public hearings and what bills do not. We feel very strongly that our state legislators would be astute to consider that bill this session, understanding that it's a direct extension of your directive to us and to ODOT just a year ago. We're doing everything on our end to show up as good and consistent partners in this work. We appreciate all the work that you folks put in tirelessly to advancing the interests of our entire state, and we're grateful for your time today. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. I think for all of us, the comments are, something that we have to really take to heart, and it's really difficult for all of us right now, I think. And one of the things I didn't say in my welcome in my comments in the beginning is this has been an incredibly difficult session. And I think that, we are trying to weigh everything and trying to figure this out, and it is not an easy task at all. I see Vice Chair would like to make a comment.
I would, Madam Chair. Thank you. I feel moved to comment, listening to Sarah's comments this morning, which I think are sincere and on target. And at least from my perspective, almost everything that ODOT does is oriented to safety first. We make a lot of investments, and all the things that she discussed are important things that we're committed to try to do. But if you look at the things we're doing, if you look at the over $1 billion that we will spend over the next few years improving ADA, those improvements to intersections are indeed significant safety projects. If you look at the Rose Quarter and the projects there, when that's done, it will indeed improve significant movement for pedestrians and bicyclists, including the major bicycle bridge. Those are safety improvements. If you look at when we repave a section of the interstate that's become concave, and then in our nice winters, when we get all that rain and people are hydroplaning all over the place, those are safety improvements. It's not that we're not focusing on that. It's just that we can't do everything at once. And certainly some of the issues that are raised are in the current discussions with the legislature and budget. We're supportive of those things, or have been vocally supportive of those, but that's not our decision. That discussion needs to take place in the Capitol building, and I think it is. So I just needed to get that off my chest.
I'm glad you commented. I think that, it's interesting to listen to this. And I think that one of the things is we're directed by legislators to do things, and we're given a direction. And I think the difficult task is, fortunately, we're not always given the dollars to do those tasks. And so then we have to weigh everything and try to make this work. And I'm gonna just stop there because I could go on for quite a while and I probably would get myself in trouble at this point. So I'm gonna stop. But would any of the other commissioners like to comment at this moment? Or I'm sure we're gonna be commenting all day, but if anybody has something they'd like to just say, and then I believe we have somebody from the public also. There's one more commenter, so. Okay, so if you wouldn't mind, I don't know who it is, so it's a surprise. And we'll let you guys start at 9:30. It's all right.
I'm sorry, I'm a little late.
We believe in grace. It's all good. It's all good. So go ahead.
Well, I know one of you know me well. Lee, how you doing? Good to be here this morning. mainly I'm Brad Perkins, and I'm CEO and president of Cascadia High Speed Rail. Okay, so I go way back. I'm trying to work out a plan for a decent crossing over the Columbia River, waiting for the state and Washington DOT to come up with a plan that makes sense, that's affordable, that can have a financial plan that makes sense. At this point, and I notice your frustration, but also all the public's frustration about it's time to just pass on the bridge idea, okay, for the Columbia River crossing. Go back to what we suggest, and I have sent to you this morning a thorough analysis of what I'm about to talk about, and that is possibility of both a bridge for a high-speed rail that includes 4 lanes for highway as well, downriver right next to the BNSF, but also 2 tunnels next to the I-5. I know you've already reviewed tunnel ideas, but you haven't reviewed ours. What we've done is we've made it real simple. All the lanes that dovetail in or out of I-5 to the tunnels has been proposed in this plan. So I suggest you look at it closely. In Switzerland, they have just started doing a 10-mile tunnel. It's going to cost $200 million per mile. Okay, we're suggesting this is, if we use 500 million per mile, it's a 2-mile tunnel on both sides. Okay, so that's 4 miles total. We're using the figure 2 billion to 2.5 billion. We're, 500 per mile. We're being real liberal about that. If you take the money that WSDOT and ODOT already have in terms of that bridge, which is 1 billion set aside, then we can do a tunnel on both sides, 4 lanes total, keep the bridge. It can fall down whenever, because you got another 4 lanes downriver if you need it, and it's tied into the I-5 via 78th. Okay, really take a look at what we've got. We've been working on this for 20 years for high-speed rail. Okay, I was just over in France talking to the CEO, president of SNCF, which is the main high-speed rail company that works with other countries. They just did a job in Morocco. I suggest they come over here and help us out, okay? But it does take your commission to redirect ODOT and WSDOT to a different plan. Plan B, let's say, okay? And I think we've already exhausted how we're going to get a bridge across the river as to the height problem, the congestion pricing problem. All these things are big factors, but it's just delay after delay after delay, where we have money in our coffers now to really look at a different plan again that suggests how we get into I-5, how we get out of I-5 from these tunnels, okay? So I really hope that you spend a little time on this. I'm willing to come back and do a demonstration, PowerPoint demonstration to the committee or to whomever. The letter that I sent to you has also been sent to the Joint Transportation Commission. And I hope that we can, get moving on this. Lee knows quite well how much I have worked with him in the legislature on this plan as well. And it's just reached a point now where we just need to do something, and I think we've got a great plan. I hope you have some time to look at it, and I'm willing to come back, meet at a later time and discuss it more. Okay.
Well, thank you so much for coming and giving us your comments and sending us information.
Yeah.
And
one last thing I forgot to mention. I noticed that a speaker was talking about the Rose Quarter. With the station at the Rose Quarter for high-speed rail, it would really help on that project too. If we just think about covers there, we can relieve the congestion by removing 30% of the traffic on I-5. If people really get serious about having a station there at the Rose Quarter, i.e. the Veterans Memorial Coliseum, and having a livable community there that people can live there, work there, and be entertained there, and use the high-speed rail and the light rail and other sources of transportation from that area. That's the plan all the way up and down from Eugene up to Vancouver, BC. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. I believe now we're going to move to item C, the director's report and our consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, Chris Stricker, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. Thank you for a little bit of time this morning. I have a few updates. Some of them are really informational, but I also want to congratulate some work that's been done within the state and for our team. Starting first with Region 4. It's a reminder of how dangerous some of our work is. So on US 97, milepost 242, I don't expect you to know where that is, but it's in the range of the Klamath Falls maintenance crew. They had a large piece of basalt, and when I say large, it was 16 by 17 by 9 feet, break free from about 75 feet above the roadway. The rockfall fence did its job, but it protrudes over or at least close to the lane. So our crews have to go out there and address that. And I'll admit they get to have a little bit of fun because an issue like that requires explosives. And so they managed to free up that large boulder, and the total cost for repair was under $200,000. But it's another indication of just the dangers of the work and the risk that our crews respond to on a day-to-day basis. This is our maintenance crews at their best. In addition to that, I wanted to reinforce work zone safety awareness. So we are in May, we are a few weeks past, but I'm a strong proponent of the fact that although April is the National Work Zone Awareness Month, it's something we have to consider all the way through the year. Workers from around Oregon put their lives on the line. It's not just our workers, it is anybody who's working out on the roadway and on the facility. And I think you heard from a commenter earlier, 2023 alone, we saw 584 work zone crashes, 572 injuries, and 10 fatalities. And I'll submit that all of those are preventable. Near misses occur literally on a daily basis, and they don't make their way into the final statistics as often as we would like. We have impacts that are late at night because of the work that we do, and workers are at risk on a constant basis. And I applaud them for putting themselves on the line to continue to go out there and serve the public. It's a hard job. We're asking drivers to continue, not just in April, but through the rest of the construction season and year round, frankly, to pay attention, slow down, move over, give our workers space, plan ahead so you're not in a rush, because we all know we make different decisions when we're in a rush. And then remember, of course, that fines double in those work zones, but that's for a reason. That's to provide that incentive to go slow, do the speed limit, watch out for your surroundings, and keep our crews safe. That translates very well into May being Safety Break Month. So safety is our top priority. You've heard me say over and over again that we can't keep the public safe if we aren't safe. The importance of that translates into more than just the work that I just described. So clearly there's the on the ground, there's the activities that we do on a day-to-day basis, but there's also the other things that we do throughout the year that have an impact on us. And our teams have to go through swift water safety training. They have to go through training for de-escalation. We have wildfire prevention remedies that we put in place with our crews, emergency preparedness, suicide prevention, human trafficking. I mean, there's just a lot that we ask our teams to do. And it's not just always the physical, it translates into other things. We're asking them to really carry the weight of all of those potential impacts. And so I would ask again to remember that May being safety break, May being the month of safety break, excuse me, is so important. But again, this is an annual year-round effort. Keeping our crews safe is the number one important thing we can do to keep the public safe. Two other topics very quickly. One is TSA's Real ID enforcement deadline was May 7th. That was yesterday. Some of you might recall working on this for quite some time. The DMV updates for this week really include long wait times, offices projected to be open that serve Oregonians to the tune of over 2,000 appointments alone, and DMV offering Saturday hours this past weekend and will again this Saturday. And which offices and how many will be determined based upon what we see as far as workload. But all of that is just a nod to the influx of traffic that we've had into DMV offices to deliver on that Real ID requirement. Our crews are working really hard. Customer service is their top priority, and providing that service goes relatively quickly. I can tell you that for myself, when I got my Real ID, it was about a 10-minute appointment that I was able to set and get in and out, and it had nothing to do with the position I hold in the agency. They serve everybody that way. And then finally, I want to just report the Washington legislature recently adjourned. And I don't say this for anything other than the pressures that every DOT is dealing with right now. So in Washington, they have a little shorter legislative cycle. They completed April 27th and adjourned with a 6-cent gas tax increase and various other fees for their transportation system. It's a big deal. They've been struggling with some of the same structural funding issues that we've been struggling with. And frankly, I would probably submit to say that there's about 50 others that are experiencing the same thing across the country. So it was a big deal for Washington. They are a close partner, obviously, for the Interstate Bridge project and program. And I just wanted to mention the recent work that they did. So with that, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, if there's no questions, I can move into the consent agenda. We're happy to answer any questions.
Question? No, you were on. Now you're off. There you go.
I'd be curious to know what the timeline for that 6-cent gas tax phase-in is in Washington.
Yes, so I'll have to get back to you on that. I believe it is 6 cents up front and indexed, but I'd have to double check to verify, and I can do that today.
Any other questions? I can't believe they actually did not extend Real ID. And I think a lot of people thought they were going to, and now they are panicked. So,
Madam Chair, the routine has been to extend, so I think this one is impacting a lot of people. But our team is ready and up to the challenge.
Well, now they've shifted it to TSA, because apparently if you don't have it, they just give you a red card.
Wow.
but they still let you fly?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have a passport, so I'm good. I'll go when it settles down and get my appointment.
I may just offer that you probably don't want to count on that red card for too long.
I know what that means in soccer, and it's not a good thing, so I don't know. All right, with that said, do we have a motion to
Madam
accept?
Chair, I would move adoption of the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
There we go. On this one, I won't do roll call. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? You have unanimous approval. All right. We are going to move on to item D, which is committee updates. And we'll see how many committee meetings we actually attended. Some of us haven't gone very far from the Capitol, but others may have been able to go to some of the regional meetings or the ACT meetings. So I'll start with Commissioner Chapman.
Okay. So the SEAC and the Bi-State Tolling Commission have not met since our last meeting. I have been in Salem with Chair and Vice Chair, meeting with our legislators and also with our community members around the Region 1 area, specifically the HAB. And I just wanted to reiterate something that came up multiple times from the public comment, and that's been coming up in these outreach meetings. There has been a lot of misinformation about both the IBR project and the Rose Quarter and the potential for revising the plan. So getting rid of public transit on IBR or taking out the pedestrian bridge for Rose Quarter, value engineering, trying to find cost savings and changing the design. And both of those projects have already gone through an extensive NEPA process. And for us to try to do anything to change the design of those big projects to save money would be completely negated by having to go back through that whole NEPA process. And what we're going to see later on the agenda is how much delaying the projects is really costing us. So I just really want to reiterate for our partners in Washington, at the HAB, everyone that's really focused on what is the ultimate design going to be, it's not going to change.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. And I'm sure we're going to talk about this some more too. Yes, Vice Chair, I believe, I'm just gonna go down the line. So Vice Chair.
The chair and I met at our semi-annual, I guess it would be, meeting with all of the acts a couple weeks ago. It was a good meeting. I mean,
Was.
a lot of discussions about how our change in planning is going to work. I generally felt that they were very supportive of that.
I agree with you. I think that they were supportive. I think that the piece that's a little difficult is the way we've always done things. And so when we asked them once again to talk about priority and what, with money being as tight as it is and how we're going to look at the future of projects, it was interesting because some understood what we were trying to move towards and others really couldn't get out of the old way of doing it. And it was apparent when they spoke back to us, you know, kind of what their priority was or what they were thinking. We have a lot of work to do with the acts. I think that though the future of how we're going to address planning projects in the future is going to be better. And so you may see this as you attend ACT meetings throughout the regions, that this is the topic of their discussion too. So that's all I can add to that, but I thought it went really well. Now I'll look to Commissioner Baker. I know you've been busy.
Yeah, let me just give you the highlights. The NEACT, where I was last week, we had a excellent presentation from Kayla Hootsmans, and I see she's on our agenda today to talk about the CIP. And you know, the big takeaway, I think, for the members of the NEACT was the role of the ACTs in identifying capital projects in the future and the responsibilities that they have. And it was interesting to see the NEACT spring into action. They have already appointed a subcommittee to begin work on how they're going to put the process into place so that they can be in a position to advise us by our July meeting. So it was met with enthusiasm, and but also I think that they were feeling the weight of the responsibility now that they're going to be you know, one of the three channels for developing our capital improvement plans going forward. The other that we had discussed at a prior meeting, the Greyhound pulling out of public transportation from the Dalles over to Boise. There's progress that's being made. It may be a cobbled together solution for a while, but they're working actively to try to reestablish bus service from between Boise and the Dalles. The Region 1 Act, again, they're getting very busy. There's a lot of conversation with that act about beginning to meet in person. It's been meetings via video, and actually the addition this summer of a workshop, in-person workshop, to really get the agenda of the Region 1 Act and some common ground in terms of moving forward with the act. So very, very productive, those. Unfortunately, I had to miss the Lower John Day Act this week, but I'll be attending those meetings on a going forward basis.
Commissioner Chang.
Yeah. So I was able to visit with the Southeast Act on March 20th and the co-acts on April 10th. And I think one of my primary takeaways from those two ACT meetings was there's a lot of interest in the legislative package. For both of the meetings, Lindsay was able to come and give a presentation, on what's happening, in the legislature right now, and people were very interested. There are a lot of, for lack of a better word, regional equity concerns about, what's in this for us. I think a lot of people were just saying that, we're trying to fund basic maintenance and preservation for everybody. I don't think it didn't really sink in for some reason. People are just very, very interested in seeing new capital projects, or seeing large capital projects, from House Bill 2017 completed, and feeling like if they don't have a big capital project going forward, that somehow it's inequitable. If we're trying to meet those House Bill 2017 commitments in certain places, but in other places the projects are already done. So tried to have some good discussions with people about that, but there's just still and this is a very common phenomena around the state. There's just kind of concerns about regional inequity. I will be trying to get to the South Central Act and on May 20th.
Thank you. I think that it's really interesting when we're talking about this, because I think that there's a disconnect between people really understanding the financial situation that the state is in. And everybody wants their project. I mean, we even heard it this morning in the comments. It's like, whatever you do, don't take this piece of a project away from me. This is important to my community. Yes, it's important. All of these things are important. I'm just really not sure that people really understand that we can't afford them. We can't afford projects. We can't afford what needs to be done in this state with the revenue streams that we have. And so we're going to have to get serious and really either prioritize and really look at this in a holistic way of what do we bite and take off first and finish and then move on. It's difficult. I mean, I hear this as a general manager of a transit district all the time. People say, this is what's most important to me. I want these things, but we also know we can't deliver them. And that's the reality. And when you say that, it's not acceptable. They don't want to hear it. So with that said, we're in a really difficult spot right now. I wish we could actually inform people better so that they really understood.
And I mean, I would just add, I just wish people would give a little bit more appreciation for basic maintenance and preservation, which we've been shortchanging for a couple of years now, and which is absolutely critical to the functioning of our transportation system and everyone's safety.
Were you going to say something, Director? I saw you kind of.
I'm getting itchy, Madam Chair. Yeah. So Madam Chair and Commissioner Chang, thank you for those comments, because I do think that is the tension point that we're in right now, right? It's describing what the needs are on the maintenance side and the operations side, especially because not talking about those things creates an environment where that won't get funded again, right? And I don't say that to say that it's not a priority for everybody, because I think it is. But as you look to the opportunities for funding a system, that's the hardest part to fund, and we recognize and we know that. And I think it's also instructive for us at the agency, but also more globally, that it only takes a couple of projects that aren't advancing at the pace that you like to really color the rest. But as we look at the data, 85% of the projects that were named in House Bill 2017 will either be, are either already completed or will be completed by the end of this year. Right. And the other ones are in design or environmental phase. And so it's important for us to continue to get that out there and to provide that information. We gave a presentation to the Joint Committee that really referenced as much as well. But I think we have to keep doing that and keep providing that information so that you have that as well when you're in those meetings.
Then the last question too, I guess both of you, Rough Tough did not meet. I'm guessing they aren't meeting out on a regular basis. Okay. All right. I think that covers all of our committees and our updates. So at this point, we will move on to item E, which is the Mid-Willamette Valley Act update.
you at the end, Hannah. Okay, good morning. Okay. All right, good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Savannah Crawford. I am the Region 2 Manager. Today I have with me Anna Henson, the Area 3 Manager, and then Vice Chair of the MWACT, Chris Chenoweth. So I know we are short on time today, so I will hand it over to go over the work plan with the Vice Chair. Go for it.
And we, I believe, have a PowerPoint. All right, so, in honor of our former chair, Ken Woods, who served on MWAC for over 20 years, he used to always say that MWAC was in the way of all of Oregon's most treasured destinations. But I would like to actually change that slightly and say we are the way to all of Oregon's treasured destinations. The MWAC work plan that we're going to be presenting was created in 2023. We have started the process of redoing our work plan. So we're going to present what we have, but there's going to be an update coming soon. Unique to MWAC's work plan is a list of priority projects, which I'll cover at the very end of this. We continue to maintain that project list because it reflects regional funding priorities for our region. So PowerPoint walkthrough. Areas of interest. Safety. Obviously, we want that is a highest priority for everything that we're asking to make sure everything is safe for us. And I appreciate the conversation regarding maintenance and operations and how that's been kind of delayed. We see that on our roads throughout our region and would like to see this priority reached as well. We also have an interesting balance between urban and rural needs. So in our region, we have we're the second most populous region and have Salem as part of our area. But then we have a whole section in Polk County and Yamhill County that is very rural. So it's an interesting balance that we're trying to maintain. Of course, equity is always an important standpoint for anything we're doing and to consider for workforce needs. Public transit is a priority for us. We want to make sure we foster regional transit coordination across all transit providers and make sure there's good communication going on. I know within Yamhill County, our mass transit department has expressed some lack of coordination. So that's always important to us. Climate and emissions, we are going to continue to seek out carbon reduction grants and funding strategies that will help to bring carbon reduction that is still a priority. Economic vitality. We want to make sure that we understand that transportation is not just about moving people. It's also about moving freight. It includes rail. It includes roads. It includes waterways, aviation. It's not just trucks to move that freight. And so as we're talking about the different things that are important to ensure, we want to make sure we're focusing on all of those different areas. Next slide. There we go. MWACT grant prioritization efforts. We have worked well with Connect Oregon competitive grant funding cycles. We're doing a good job of making sure we go through and review what the priorities are and get those applications in place. We are focused on the Statewide Transportation Improvement Fund. The Salem Area Mass Transit District awarded grant for the paratransit vehicle replacement for $2.12 million, which was a great win for us. MWAC interest and efforts looking ahead. We want to know what the ACT's role is in the capital investment program. We want to make sure we're fulfilling all that our role is. We're continuing to update our work plan. That includes our charter and operation agreement that we're going to be going over. I think it's about 15, 20 years old now. We want to go through that and bring it up to date. We want to make sure we're prioritizing all grant applications that are out there. And as you see, we have a new vice chair. This is my first time before you guys, so I'm a little nervous. And we also have a new chair in Lyle Mordhorst, who's behind me, whose voice is not 100%. So I get the job. We also have new representatives and appointments throughout our act. It's not just the chair and vice chair, but also a lot of our membership is kind of cycled over, which is good. It's going to bring a new perspective and some new ideas to the fore. And we'll end here with our priority area projects list updates. I know Councillor Chang, you made the comment about the frustration of projects that have not been completed. And of course, we're no different than any other region. We have the Newburgh-Dundee bypass that you've probably heard of over and over again. I moved into McMinnville when I was 12 years old in 1982. And the McMinnville bypass, or excuse me, the Newburgh-Dundee bypass was being discussed then. So of course, we want to see that completed. We are very thankful that the I-5 Aurora Donald interchange was funded. Thank you for making sure that happened. That was definitely a priority for our area. We also need to see some work done on Oregon 22 and Oregon 51 interchange. It's one of the most dangerous intersections, I think, in all of Oregon. And so getting that interchange redone to save lives, back to our safety priority, is very important. We have the Oregon 22 safety corridor from Rickreall to the west is a high priority for us. Of course, the Center Street Bridge retrofitting, which is in process and needing funding, and is going to be a major, as you all well know here in Salem, what's going to happen there. We want to keep our eye on that and make sure the funding follows through with that. And I think the rest of this list, I want to keep it at one in each county. So I'm gonna hold there. Those are the main ones that I think we really want to focus on. Anything that?
No, thank you.
Well, you did a fantastic
Yes, you
job
did great.
of sharing with us, and we're thrilled. Not that I wanted to see Mr. Woods leave, but we're thrilled when new blood does come in, and I think regenerate and, just get people excited again to start looking a little different at what they're doing. And it came at a really good time, I think, because we're changing over what we're doing and prioritizing and planning. And so I'm thrilled that you're in the seat and that you're working towards this. I can't believe you brought up Newburgh-Dundee. It's going to be the death of all of us. But, you did a great job, and thank you for sharing. I'm looking forward to hearing more about your plans and your priorities. And I know, Vice Chair, this is one of the acts I believe you cover. Am I correct, or I'm not sure who covers
it
this.
might be a new assignment.
It might be a new assignment. Guess what, Vice Chair?
Well, we will look forward to having them there.
This is one of the areas you cover.
I've had two, but I think you just gave me a third one.
I think so.
Well, thank you so much for having us. My role in this, and along with Lyle, will be to figure out how we can best meet what you want from us to provide our priorities to you in a way that's helpful and can move the ball forward.
I was going to say, you guys have done a good job over the years. I think you've had some of the most projects across the state. And one of the things that I would compliment you on is it's one of the areas of the state where we're doing transportation projects, two big ones on I-5 right now, the South Hills of here and Aurora, where nobody complains. we actually get to move forward and do a project.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate it. We don't take for granted what has come our way. At the same time, we still have the needs we have. And we appreciate what you guys do here.
Well, I know that area has been kind of a problem, and it's, even though the construction's going on, I'm glad to see it's finally moving forward. So we look forward to maybe one of these times when we're in Salem, we can actually go out and look at the projects and kind of do a tour. I know that it's been a little bit of time, a few months anyway, so we'll try to get that on our agenda at some point. Any other comments from the commission? Right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's see, where are we? Lindsay. Item F, legislative session update. And we are a little early, which is good, but I'm sure that will
I'll
suck
talk
up.
really fast, get you ahead of schedule. Just kidding. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Byer, members of the commission, for the record, Lindsay Baker with Oregon Department of Transportation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be before you this morning. I have got some updates on the 2025 legislative session. So I'm going to kind of tick through this slide deck here, and as is always my preference, and I think the commission's preference as well, I'm happy to pause if there's questions along the way. I tend to say that I live very much in my own head, and I will just sort of talk at you for a very long time about all the different things that are going on in the session right now. So please stop me if I'm going too quickly or glossing over things. I have kind of really organized this into kind of two sort of main chunks of this presentation. The first will really focus on the kind of more, I don't know, day-to-day, right? Some bills that are going on, kind of process pieces around session. And then the bulk of my presentation this morning will really focus around the funding package conversation, which I think has been discussed this morning already, and is really primarily the thing that is very top of mind for this organization, I think for the commission, the legislature, members of the public, all of our partners across the state, the list goes on. So I will dive right in. So just as a quick reminder, 2025 session started on January the 21st, and constitutional sine die, which is the day by which I'm sorry, I apologize for the colors as the vice chair is leaning in to see what's going on here. But the June 29th is the constitutional sine die, which is the day by which the legislature must adjourn, complete its business, or call itself into a special session. The countdown has begun. So 52 days, and that is from the date from today, 52 days until constitutional sine die. So we are here on May the 8th, which is one day away from the next posting of the work session deadline. So I won't spend a ton of time talking about where we were, but importantly, these kind of major sort of session process points coming ahead. So tomorrow is the day by which the committees, so the Second Chamber Policy Committee and the joint committees, including Joint Committee on Transportation, must post their work sessions for bills to be considered alive and still very much under consideration and through the process. The exceptions, of course, to these rules are the Joint Committee on Ways and Means, the Revenue Committees, and then the House and Senate Committee on Rules. The next deadline, again, just kind of process-wise here, is the May 14th revenue forecast. So this typically, I tend to think about it as the day by which the legislature really starts looking at what does the end of session finish line look like. This is the time by which the Office of Economic Analysis really provides their broader and most current sort of forecast of how much revenue is available in this next biennium. How much does the legislature have, or conversely not have, to really spend on new investments, on current services, on current programs, et cetera. So again, I tend to think about this date, again, that's the May 14th date, as the day by which the final decisions can start to be made, really those budgetary conversations and these big, right, new revenue, again, absence of existing revenue, those pieces start to really fold in to those kind of final decision making between leadership. Certainly the governor's office is very much involved in that, and really looking ahead to that June 29th timeframe. The second chamber deadline I've got up here as well, which is May 23rd, and that is the date by which bills that have been posted on that May 9th timeframe actually have to be worked out of that committee. I offer this because from the date by which the work sessions must be posted in the Joint Committee on Transportation in particular, which is where the vast majority of this organization's time is spent with those members of that committee and in front of that committee, from the May 9th time period until May 23rd, there are 4 meeting dates by which the committee must complete its business. And then again, June 29th, which is that day that we, fingers crossed, hope to be done with session. I put these couple these couple images up here just more for sort of scope and scale. So I think you all have seen this slide, this graphic on the right-hand side. I grabbed both of these from different media publications. So thank you to the Oregonian and OPB. The one on the right really shows you, again, how many bills are are in this session, and really that historical look back of how many bills have been introduced at any given session. I think far and away, this session has a lot of bills. And notably, the left-hand one, which is the placeholder measures that exist, you can see over time those placeholder measures have really increased. And what this means is, so oftentimes legislators and committees will introduce a placeholder bill that is not, maybe for an idea that's not fully baked yet, maybe for an idea that is coming in the future, really to just give some flexibility, and with not having a lot of detail, precision, et cetera, going into sessions. So that's really kind of how a placeholder measure functions. You can see just by way of example, in 2015, the legislature had, as of roughly this time of session, about 37 placeholder bills introduced. As of 2025, there was over 600. And so what this means is it introduces, and again, this is my observation, it introduces a certain level of uncertainty, maybe is what I'll say, in what might be coming ahead, what might be discussed, but not in a committee proper sort of formal way. And so it makes it such that folks on the outside who are not, members of the legislature or committee members, even sometimes inclusive of legislators and committee members, are not really aware of what all conversations are happening. This can lead to bring the element of surprise. Sometimes it is a good surprise. Sometimes it is a neutral surprise, and sometimes it is a less than helpful surprise. And so again, just by way of scale and scope, I think this gives a bit of a sense of kind of how the session has been rolling out so far, and really the broader dynamics that we're seeing.
Lindsay,
So just certainly
the orange bar in the right hand in the right hand chart. I mean, the orange bar isn't growing so much. And am I reading correctly? Those are the total bills filed. So
Chair Brown and Commissioner Chang, that's correct. So this orange bar is the total number of bills filed. The blue bar is that kind of bills filed that were pre-session filed. So I think you're correct insofar as the number has remained relatively static over time. I think the pre-session bills filed, and then as a companion, the number of those that were placeholder bills is really the point I was trying to make. Yeah, thank you. And then again, just by way of reference, there were about right now, or excuse me, at the beginning of session, there were about 3,400 bills in the process. At any point in time, certainly the first couple of months, we were tracking, probably 1,200, 1,400 of those bills. After that first chamber deadline, which is all those bills had to be hosted for a work session, that number really winnowed down significantly. And we're looking at about 450 bills as of right now. Of those, I will also be very clear, very few of those, so fewer than 100, I think it's about 70 bills or so we're tracking as like higher priority. Of those, we are sort of regularly engaging on amendments and negotiating different sort of provisions of the bills on probably 30 bills or so.
So that's interesting. If we look at the green bars, which are the signed bills, looks like the number of bills in proportion that were introduced is increasing. The number of bills that end up getting passed has been pretty stable. And just commenting on your the placeholder bills, I know when I was chairing that committee, we always started out with 5 placeholder bills relating to transportation, and it sort of gets to that, because what we ended up doing on a lot of them is, in order of just administering it, it was easier to take a number of bills that we heard throughout the session and put them into one bill and just pass them.
Certainly.
So they were heard, but I remember listening to the OPB thing, and I thought they were off the mark a bit.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, thanks for that comment. Yeah, I think to be totally honest, placeholder bills are I think a very regular, and I will offer critical piece of the process, because there are oftentimes late breaking things that need to be addressed. And to your point, easier than passing 8, 9, 10 different bills, put them into a single bill, particularly those that are not controversial, that are pretty technical in nature, right? That sort of thing. I will say, I appreciate you sharing your experience and your capacity and how you ran your committee as co-chair. I do not know that is how every single committee use as placeholder bills as well. And the existence of that vehicle and that option, I think, is used differently depending on the committee and the chair, and I think many, many other factors. Thank you. So this slide really just shows kind of the process of the agency bill. So recall back in last spring of 2024, I was before this commission a couple times, providing a little bit of information and request for approval to move forward into the governor's process for agency bills. I think at one point this was an 11 or 12 long list of bills, recognizing that we were going to be spending a majority of our time this session really focused on a transportation funding package. We kind of winnowed that down to really those that were the most critical measures to move forward in the process. So that resulted ultimately in 3 bills that were introduced by Governor Kotek on the agency's behalf. House Bill 2931 is a bill that we've been moving forward, which really, I think, modernizes and operationalizes tolling on the I-5 bridge, recognizing that tolling is, I think, what I will call a not consensus topic and not consensus conversation. But this bill is still necessary, particularly to make sure that as tolling administration has been transferred to the state of Washington, and they will be responsible for that tolling of the I-5 bridge, that really, or that partnership remains very intact in a formalized and statutory way. And frankly, to ensure that Oregon and Oregonians are really equally contributing 50% to that overall project. This bill passed the House just yesterday. It was a 31-24 vote, but it did pass with the necessary constitutional majority. Senate Bill 839, which is a bill that was brought forward by our Commerce and Compliance Division. This is what I would also offer is in very much that kind of technical housekeeping, sort of programmatic review space. Which modified a lot of laws around operation of commercial vehicles. This bill passed nearly unanimously from both chambers of the legislature and now sits on the governor's desk awaiting her signature. And finally, Senate Bill 840 is an omnibus bill that really looks at different laws relating to vehicle drivers, vehicles, right? Opening up a lot of pieces of the vehicle code and really is the DMV's kind of omnibus, again, kind of technical housekeeping bill. We've been working very closely with different partners in this space to ensure that this meets the needs of everyone. And this bill is on the move as well. I noted on here that there have been 3 different work sessions scheduled, and I'm thinking Vice Chair of you in particular, that have been rolled over several times now. But again, we've still got 4 meeting opportunities in the future in this committee to ensure that this bill is moving ahead. So all good news on this front, certainly, Commissioner.
Could I just ask about the House Bill 2931 opposition? I mean, can you characterize the no voters?
Certainly.
What their thoughts or concerns?
Absolutely. Chair Brown and Commissioner Chang. So I'll characterize it in kind of 2 ways. So the first, well, maybe I'll back up a little bit. So House Bill 2931 actually had a public hearing in the Joint Committee on Transportation. I believe it was the second committee meeting that ever occurred of session. So it was in that kind of early February timeframe. At that time, there was a significant amount of discussion around this measure, particularly one, I think tolling generally is what I will say. I think this commission is no stranger to the conversation we've been having in the very public dialogue around tolling as a revenue generation mechanism to fund critical infrastructure projects, around our relationship with our regional partners, around our relationship with our federal partners, around our relationship with our bi-state partners, right, in that tolling space, and tolling as a demand management or a congestion pricing tool. And so I think a lot of the opposition and I think concern that really came forward in House Bill 2931 was for both of those pieces, right? So tolling generally, but specifically around the demand management element of it. I will also offer that House Bill 2931, because of the way it was drafted, and I will try not to get too wonky and technical, but because of the way it was drafted, which was bringing in a lot of pieces of law, some of which were codified, some of which were not codified, from the 2013 timeframe and the 2021 timeframe into a single section of law as it will stand if this bill is passed. There was a lot of language that is actually law today that appeared to some legislators upon reading the measure as if that was new language as was being introduced. Does that make sense? So I think that's really where that kind of demand management piece, I think, caught some folks, frankly, by surprise. And I think brought out a little bit of concern. So once we were able to kind of have that conversation, I think there was a bit more understanding of what the bill did and did not do. I think, just to be very clear as well, the bill does not introduce any new authority to toll. It does not provide any new direction to toll. It does not really change the considerations that the commission, particularly as you work with the bi-state Washington Commission, and how you set the rates to toll. That being said, again, because I believe that the topic of tolling, generally speaking, is can be controversial, I think that was a bit of how the vote shook out. Thank you for that question. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time here. You'll see the title on this slide as an incomplete list of bills under consideration. This is just intended to give you a bit of a flavor for what's been passed, what's on the move, what's still very much an active conversation with the legislature, separately and distinctly, though relatedly, to the transportation funding package. So many of these bills you'll see we've talked about before. I will call attention to a few of them, and please, if there are specific questions you have, I can speak cogently, perhaps, on the vast majority of these measures. So Senate Bill 711 in particular is a bill that we actually were thinking about bringing forward as an agency bill, and this would allow us to work in what I will call a more productive partnership, statutorily productive partnership with law enforcement and with our contractors to enable automated enforcement within work zones. This is really focused around work zone safety, ensuring both our contractors and our ODOT employees who are on the road in an active construction zone are being protected to the extent that we can make that happen. So again, this would introduce an automated enforcement structure and program that we would deploy in a measured, I would say, in a phased way, and being really intentional about where we're actually putting these. But again, just to ensure that we are, holding drivers, frankly, accountable as they're going through a work zone. Another couple bills that I will just sort of note as well, Senate Bill 564 and Senate Bill 458 are two different bills that ask the agency to do studies of different highways for safety, for other types of improvements, for sort of general preservation type of work. I think recognizing that both of these came from members who obviously represent these districts that these highways run through and are seeking to have a better understanding of what types of improvements might be possible, so that can support potentially a funding conversation in the future. I will also call attention to a few other bills, particularly Senate Bills 159, Senate Bill 9, and House Bill 3925, only because these bills are very much in a conversation around how are we as the legislature and how are we as an agency continuing to increase service, and are we, again, as an agency, appropriately resourced and funded to able to provide that level of service. So these bills really take very, I would say, strategic approaches and strategic direction to increasing the availability, for example, of drive tests in Eastern Oregon, that's Senate Bill 9 in particular. However, Senate Bill 9 did not actually come with any additional resourcing, and as it's moving through the building right now, I think it is an open question whether or not this will achieve its intended effect. And so I offer for consideration just, again, a few of these bills that are kind of moving through the process, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, but how the kind of service level policy priority, what are the legislature's priorities in terms of the programs that we're offering, the level of service that we can provide, how is that kind of dovetailing into the funding and the resourcing and the support necessary to actually deliver that for the public. I might pause to see if there's any questions on anything specifically on here before I move to the sort of package piece of the conversation.
Do you have a sense of how many of these are actually likely to move?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer. So one example I will offer again is Senate Bill 9. I think that is likely to move, in fact, because it did not go to Ways and Means. It's already, I don't think it's passed actually, I think it might have just passed the Senate and is on its way to the House presently, and that came off of the Senate floor with a unanimous vote. So I think there's many of these that are on the move. There are some that are sitting in Ways and Means, and certainly my assumption is that the Joint Committee on Ways and Means will have that conversation about which of these bills should be funded. How does that get folded into our budget? I will also offer, just as is the case with any session, and I'm certainly, you are very familiar. I don't believe that all of these bills will pass because that is almost never the case. Every single bill that goes to Ways and Means comes out of Ways and Means.
See a couple in there that could be good trading bait.
All right, so I will move now to just some information around the TRIP funding package framework. So earlier in April 3rd, to be specific, the Oregon legislature, but in particular the transportation co-chairs, shared out their transportation reinvestment package framework, what they're referring to as the TRIP framework. So we have, I think, many members of this commission, in fact, all the commission members, as has the public, seen sort of the general framework itself. It's a 4-page document, and it really proposes what I've got on the slide here. So increasing existing taxes and fees, establishment of new taxes and fees, and what I've been sort of thinking of and observing as categorical investment. So I want to be really clear also that this framework, I think, is an excellent indication and sign of the legislature's commitment to really passing a funding package this session. It does not have a ton of specificity. And so I think we have certainly tried to fill in some of the gaps about what this would enable in terms of revenue, what this would enable in terms of service level. But again, as we've talked about, the sort of policy priorities are really reflected in the document itself. So I'm going to go kind of section by section, I guess is what I would say, and share a little bit about what each of these pieces, what the main pieces of this transportation framework include. So in terms of state highway fund revenue, the TRIP framework proposes $1.9 billion per biennium at full implementation. I will underline and underscore and boldface this piece here, which is at full implementation. As has been the case in the practice in the past, the increases to existing revenue are phased in, and particularly that gas tax increase. So it begins with an 8-cent increase sort of immediately being January 1 of 2026, and then additional 4 cents each 2-year period. Commissioner Chang, in an earlier piece of the meeting this morning, you asked as sort of a comparison with the Washington state package. So Washington state legislature in their session this year passed a $15.5 billion funding package. That actually was a 6-cent increase from 49.4 cents to 55.4 cents. That happens immediately. In addition to that, they have a bunch of other different kind of fees and taxes, and their gas tax, as has been passed by the Washington legislature, increases by 2% annually to account for inflation. So just FYI. So again, the TRIP framework really looks at all these existing revenue sources, phasing them in, fuels tax in over time, registration fee, title fee, weight mile tax, sort of the things that we would traditionally think of as going into the state highway fund. In addition to that, the TRIP framework proposes a 1% tax on the vehicle sales price, which would occur at the time of purchase. This is known as the system use fee, and would kind of go into the state highway fund and then be sort of directed more specifically to some of those projects that were originally committed in House Bill 2017. So of the state highway fund from that previous slide, this is really how the TRIP framework proposes to distribute that revenue. So 90% of it would be sort of along that 50-30-20 share between state government, cities and counties. And you can see kind of the breakdown here. And then that balance of 10%, which is that primarily from that system use fee, would support those previous commitments from House Bill 2017, namely the I-5 Rose Quarter project and the I-205 Abernathy Bridge project. In addition to that, the TRIP framework notes but does not specify, is how I would characterize that, programs and funding programs that have a strong local government tie. So the framework itself calls out and notes the Great Streets program, which is a program that this commission really, directed, that really focuses on corridor investments, corridors that are state highway corridors, but really sometimes function maybe as more of a local road. Oftentimes, but not always, these roads are also good candidates for jurisdictional transfer. And so I think that's where that local government nexus around the Great Streets program in particular really comes from. And then of course, the Safe Routes to School program. The TRIP framework, again, notes and prioritizes, but does not specify a certain level of funding to go into those programs, but does note that they are intending for that to be distributed outside of the 50-30-20 formula. I think a recognition, again, that those programs really do support local governments in particular. The next kind of section of the TRIP framework really looks at increases to revenue that would support transit, rail, and active transportation. So in particular, really looking at proposing increasing the payroll tax from 0.1% to 0.18 of 1%, and that would go presumably, and again, there's not a ton of detail, but presumably would go through the existing structure and existing process, which is distribution to qualified entities across the state of Oregon for transit services and operations. There's also a proposal to increase the vehicle privilege tax. So as a quick reminder, this privilege tax was originally established in House Bill 2017. It is assessed on the privilege of being able to sell a vehicle in the state of Oregon, so on the dealer. Oftentimes it is passed along to the consumer, but it again is really assessed on that dealer. And it is split, I think it's 55-45% split for EV charging rebates that really goes through the Department of Environmental Quality to increase and incent folks in Oregon to be able to actually obtain an electric vehicle. And then the balance of it goes to Connect Oregon Fund, the Connect Oregon program, which is a competitive discretionary grant program that supports off-road investments. So particularly marine, so port work, airport, and rail investments as well. In addition to the vehicle privilege tax increase, which would support those programs, the TRIP framework also proposes what they're calling a tire pollution tax. So a 3% tax on tire purchases, which they estimate would generate about $50 million per biennium. This is proposed to support things like wildlife crossings, some culvert replacement, sort of fish restoration, those types of activities. And again, as is the case for all of these, I think very much still a proposal, very much still in development. And then finally, of these, the privilege tax in particular, and some of the tire pollution tax, the TRIP framework also proposes that go towards supporting passenger rail service and other sort of safety and rail related investments in infrastructure, expanding rail sidings, as you can see here. Finally, the TRIP framework proposes an increase of the bike tax from $15 to $24.50. As a quick reminder, House Bill 2017 established the bike tax, which went to support sort of portions of the Connect Oregon program, but primarily focusing on off-road bike ped investments. And this is really done today through our Community Paths program. So this increase of the bike tax would be wholly directed towards that Community Paths program under the proposed framework. So some policy changes that are also included in the TRIP framework. This is here just kind of the complete list as it's been included in that document, which we've talked, I think, a lot about. So indexing fuels tax to inflation. I will say from 3 to 4 years ago, when we very first started having this kind of broader maintenance and operations conversation, I think a recognition of inflation being a major cost driver to those structural challenges that we're facing for maintenance and operations. Indexing and really tying that fuels tax to inflation was a primary priority, I think, that was shared across certainly the agency, but the legislature as well. So this is a key piece of the framework. The other piece I'll note here is you'll see two mandatory road use charge programs. So one that kind of extends our current Origo program, which, as we all know, is a voluntary program really focusing on those light passenger vehicles, and it extends that and makes that mandatory. It envisions that this program is kind of phased in, starting with electric vehicles, new electric vehicles, then starting with existing or used electric vehicles, and really kind of ramping it up over time. I think recognizing also that scaling the program just sort of on the operational, right, the back end of how you make that program function for Oregonians, I think would take some time as well. So that's that mandatory road use charge for light vehicles. The other piece I'll note here is the mandatory road use, this third bullet, mandatory road use charge for corporate delivery fleets. I think in particular, there's been a lot of interest that we've heard from the legislature this session around how we really, for lack of a better term, kind of target or really capture revenue, particularly from those, think of box trucks. So the EV, Amazon delivery truck, the U-Haul, the FedEx, right? That kind of like medium-sized, but particularly delivery fleet. So this is, again, are all of these, very much in development right now. But this is, I think the legislature is really prioritizing how do we make sure that everyone's paying their fair share for the use of the roads and recognizing that a mandatory road use charge is the way to do that. And then finally, you'll see on here, again, just kind of the legislature's policy priorities around restoring the HCAS balance, which I think we've talked about a fair amount with this commission, reclassifying diesel as a motor vehicle fuel tax. So what that really means is raising the point of taxation of diesel to the same place where gasoline is taxed today, is to encourage and ensure that we're actually capturing all of those taxes. Simplifying the weight mile tax structure, and then of course, provisions around accountability and stewardship. And I might pause for 1 second and just really emphasize this piece around accountability and stewardship. I think as we've had conversations with this commission, certainly dating back maybe most recently to the work that we did around the strategic review in April of 2024. I think a recognition, certainly on behalf of the legislature, but on behalf of the agency as well, that our ability to deliver those core critical services, our ability to deliver the projects that we are committing to are critical components and essential components that cannot be overstated. I think the legislature obviously recognizes that, and they have really moved forward their kind of management review. I think a lot of the work that we did, again, particularly in the strategic review from last April, that we have worked very diligently to implement. I'm thinking to Commissioner Baker's comments around the capital improvement or capital investment plan presentation that was brought to the NEAC just recently as a very clear outflow of the work that we've been doing for the better part of a year now to improve our performance, to improve our project delivery, to improve our accountability, and ensure that all of the funds that are proposed, and if they come into reality after this session, that we are able to be accountable to the public and say what we can deliver and then deliver what we say we're going to. So just wanted to put a note on that as well. And I think that's a topic that the legislature really is focusing on a lot this session. So ongoing package development. Again, I think we've had a lot of conversation at this commission around identifying investment, service levels, and priorities, and really recognizing, I think Chair Brown, you mentioned this earlier, we stand ready to implement the legislative direction. We stand ready to execute whatever the legislative priorities are, really contingent upon our ability to support that from a funding and a resourcing level, right? To sort of like primarily thinking back to how did this conversation get started, which is recognizing that we are the structural revenue challenges that face the organization and face the state of Oregon, frankly, as we think about maintaining and modernizing our transportation infrastructure, really cannot be overstated. So I think I really look forward to, I think, having, more detail and more precision around what this framework may or may not include and how it's evolving over time. I look forward to hearing more from the legislature as a body around what their service levels, ideas are and what their priorities are, and ensuring that we are able to actually meet those and that the funding that's provided in the framework, should this pass, is able to actually deliver on those commitments. And then the last piece I'll note here is really just, the ability and the timing, frankly, and the sequencing of merging these budget and these package conversations together. I think, I'm thinking about Vice Chair Beyer and the work that you did in House Bill 2017 and in 2009, and really having package conversations and what do we want our investments, what do we want our service levels, whether that's projects or programs or what have you, and how are we able to have that reflected in the agency's budget, and having those two parallel tracks really merge into into a single one that's a clear reflection of clear and shared priorities. And again, the agency's ability to stay funded and resourced to actually deliver on those. So the next piece I will talk about a little bit is another framework proposal that came out the end of last month. Sort of on the heels of the original co-chairs framework. So everything I was just talking about was really the proposal that came from the Joint Committee on Transportation co-chairs. And then just about a little over a week ago now, the House Republicans released their own version of what they've called the stabilization proposal. So I'm not going to go through every single one, just frankly, we've not had enough time to analyze this. But really offering here, and it was actually nice in their proposal, they provided this kind of roll up of all of the programs, services, et cetera, that are proposed for elimination as part of this stabilization proposal. So you can see here the different cuts to transit, Bike Ped, Connect Oregon, different maintenance work, administration, and just other programs generally. Proposes some restructuring and efficiency measures as well. And again, I'm confident all the commissioners, as have others, have seen this proposal. And then I think one thing I will note here is a recognition that in addition to just the proposal and how much revenue would it say, what savings would actually be realized, a myriad of state, federal, and other changes would have to happen in order for this to be operationalized. I'm obviously reminded that this is a legislative proposal, and so the legislature certainly can change the state law to really effectuate and realize some of these savings should it choose to go down that path. But I think in particular, there are a few programs in here that are federally funded. So one, if they're federally directed, would really need a federal change to implement. And two, I think as it's stated in the proposal itself, the idea was to find funding and direct to operations and maintenance. And there are many things in here that are federally funded that, as we all know, cannot be directed to maintenance and operations. And so again, just recognizing that this is another alternate idea, alternate framework and proposal that's out there, and how the legislature chooses or doesn't choose to kind of merge all of these ideas and really, negotiate among themselves, figure out what their priorities are, what they believe our mission should be, what the programs are that and services are that they want us to deliver, and how they choose or not to fund that. And then just one really quick asterisk here as well. That there was a couple line items on here that were estimated inaccurately, relatively small on balance, but I just wanted to call your attention specifically to the leasing of unused office space, and then the litter, graffiti, and camps. So sort of those livability maintenance cuts that are proposed in this proposal as well. And then I will caveat this next slide by saying it was not intended to look crazy, but I was intending to give you all a bit of a view of what the public dialogue has been around both of these proposals. So again, I'm sure you all have seen many of these, but really, I think focusing and reflecting on the TRIP framework as it stood, the House Republican framework as a sort of, how those are in conversation with each other. And again, recognizing that the legislature, as they are determining, certainly with our hopeful input, as they're determining what their priorities are for transportation, what their priorities are for the state of Oregon, right? How they would choose to put a funding package together and what it would support is really an ongoing conversation. So, with that, as I mentioned at the very top, we've got 52 days to sine die. I mentioned we've got that work session deadline to post bills tomorrow. I think at one point in time, there was a desire to have the funding package bill released. That's why you see this question mark on here, to either tomorrow or Friday. I don't believe that is any longer the case. So I think we're maybe looking out into the next week or two to really see a first draft of a bill to be released from the legislature. You'll also see on here, I put public hearings question mark. At one point in time, there was an interest in having the bill released this week, public hearings next week, really to get some feedback from folks on how the more specific and precise language within that, to implement that framework would look. I don't believe that's the case any longer. And so really, we are looking at that kind of late May, early June timeframe. You'll see on here my funding package and budget work session question mark, reflecting that desired and hopeful and assumed path that we are merging the funding package conversation and the agency's budget conversation into one, and looking at that, again, late May, early June timeframe. June 29th is constitutional sine die, date by which legislature must complete its business and adjourn. As of right now, we've got 52 days to make that happen. So the last piece I will say before I open it up to questions and perhaps comments from the vice chair is that it's been a very long session. I will not be the first nor the last person to say that every session is different, right? They all have their different rhythm and cadence and flavor, and this is unique as they all are. We remain optimistic, mostly because the legislature has indicated time and time again their very strong and unwavering commitment to ensure that services are provided, that roads are plowed, that potholes are patched, that DMVs are open, and that everything that we do, which is, to the vice chair's point earlier, making our system safer and more reliable and more accessible for everyone, it is possible and it is within us for us to accomplish. So again, I remain optimistic. We've got certainly a lot of work ahead. We've been having a lot of conversations with members of the legislature, all of our partners, many of you, as we try to figure out what these next 5 weeks shakes out. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or see if there's any additional remarks from the director. None.
Anybody have a comment or question? I'm trying not to comment.
Just kind of a background question.
Sure.
When I hear people talk about the revenue forecast, they're usually talking about, how much income tax revenue is being projected. Is there a lot of other things in the revenue forecast, particularly things that are relevant to transportation funding? Because, we're not talking about the general fund in general, mostly when we're talking about this transportation package. So like, I guess I would just love to get a better sense of what is forecasted in the revenue forecast besides income tax revenue.
Certainly, Chair Brown and Commissioner Chang, thanks for that question. I'll offer my perspective on how that sort of typically is functioned. So you're correct in that it's general fund forecasting. They also forecast the sort of capacity for bonding, the capacity for lottery funds, those types of things. But again, it really gives the legislature the most current snapshot of how much money do you think is going to be available for all these different sources for the next biennium. However, to your point, it does not include those other funds that are primarily, or that we primarily and actually exclusively rely upon. So it does not include anything around transportation. I think for me, the relevant factor is not how it's related to the transportation funding capacity or availability, but the overall appetite, if there is any, for the legislature to increase taxes at all. And so as we get to a point in session where they're thinking, and I think the other piece I'll offer on top of that as well is this session has been also a lot of focus on federal funding, potential loss of federal funding, and particularly from agencies that our general fund is supported. So I think of, and I want to be really clear, I do not work for these agencies, obviously, and do not, spend a lot of time in these program areas, but particularly in the healthcare space and the human services space. I think there's a lot of concern and questions around how much can the state rely on federal dollars for those program areas in the way that they have in the past. And so if the answer to that question is not as much, or that reliability is far less certain than it was 2 years ago, is the state in a space where they can or will have to make up that funding gap? If that is the case, and that does result in potentially consideration of new revenue for those agencies or for those program areas, how much does that affect the capacity of the legislature, and I'll call it the appetite of the legislature, to also increase revenue and new revenue for transportation? I might see if Vice Chair Byer would like to add anything to that from your perspective as a member of the legislature.
What a train wreck.
Jeez.
I think to your question, the next week will be a tough one. Depending on what they come out with the revenue forecast, and I've just kind of been finding that if I were the revenue forecaster, I would probably give two. One based on not all the craziness that's happening, and the other one is if the tariffs discussion goes on, because you've got, the legislature's they haven't made any big decisions yet. They've got a big issue on educational funding staring them in the face. They haven't dealt with wildfire funding, which they need to, and that's a big dollar item. They have some big issues around Medicaid, that are going to drive their healthcare decisions, and that'll unlock the whole thing. And I just think that their focus of the leadership is going to be on the general fund issues. It'll become much harder for them to focus attention on transportation. And we don't have a bill. It's pretty late to not have a bill. And they're trying to get out. You've got the constitutional deadline. They're gonna be pressure to try to get out of there by the middle of June. They won't make it, but there'll be a lot of pressure.
18th,
So
18th.
after next week, that's really when they ring the final lap bell, and it'll be kind of pretty crazy. This is a strange session. Everybody that I've talked to said, have used that word similar to that.
Strange.
Just saying, I don't know. You've
Or
got
some
some
other
inexperienced leadership, and God only knows where they're going to end up.
Any other comments or questions for Lindsay?
I mean, I would love to ask whether you have a prediction on whether we get to a two-thirds majority for a package, but I mean, it depends on all the other stuff we just talked about. So,
Yeah. Yeah, Chair Brown and Commissioner Chang, luckily it's just 3/5, but, again, I say this because it is officially the case, and also it is my true sense that I am very optimistic. And the only reason that might be blind optimism, but I think the reason I am optimistic is because we've had so much support and clear commitment from the legislature to making this happen. And I think there is, and I'm thinking back also to last fall timeframe, when we shared with the legislature that our structural challenges were making it such that we were going to have to make very hard decisions around winter maintenance last winter. And in response to that, the legislature, sort of was unwilling to accept a decline in service in that way, correct, reasonably so. And in response, invested $20 million of general fund in this agency, which is quite unprecedented. And so I'm taking that in combination with their sort of stated commitment to ensure that that does not happen at a larger scale, and our very clear, statements of, in absence of some change, that will happen, and not in a hyperbolic or in a scary way, but in a truthful way. And we both, in this room, and I think every single one of our maintenance employees whose job it is to stripe the edge line and patch the pothole and keep the DMV open and plow the snow in the winter, they don't want to see that happen either. And so I think, again, because of frankly, just the potential consequence and absence of action occurring, for that reason, I am optimistic that there will be something this session. It is always difficult to get to 3/5. It is always difficult to get to 3/5 plus 5, 6, 7, 8 to give you some buffer. But I think everyone recognizes how important the services that our teams provide across the state is, and are not willing to sacrifice that on that kind of balance. So thank you.
I hope you're right.
I think the other thing that, and all of us are aware, that with this money will come strings, and there's going to be accountability, and we're going to be asked, I think, to really take it up a few notches for this agency. And there's going to be probably some policy changes, some things that we're going to have to address as a commission, and we're going to be held accountable along with the agency. So more to come. And I'm trying to be optimistic too. Depends on what day it is.
For all of my comments I made, I don't know how, but I think they'll pass something.
So you're optimistic too.
Yes, we are. Although I do change my party affiliation on a regular basis. So,
Ooh.
it's been really a bumpy ride for me. And for you. So as we move forward, I mean, I think that if we can get people to a comfortable level, and I think that's where all of our conversations have been helpful, is it doesn't matter what party you are, we're Oregonians and we care about our state and we care about our transportation system. We're trying to do the best we can. And when I was looking at the slide with the Republican cuts, it's like, are you even talking to your constituents? Because I don't think they feel exactly the same way. I think that Oregonians in general want our services. They want us to provide a level of transportation in this state, and they're going to demand it at some point, either at the ballot or they're going to start demanding in different ways. And I think that this has been very difficult. And I think you saw that this morning with our comments from some of the people that commented. They're passionate about what they believe in, as are we. And I think that, you know, we're along for the ride, but it's been a roller coaster. So thank you for your hard work. Thank you to the ODOT staff, because I know it has not been easy for you. I can see it on your faces, especially the ones sitting out there. I'm going to start getting a little measure to see who has the biggest bags under their eyes, who isn't sleeping at night, because I know we're not. And when this is all through, I think we need to have some kind of celebration, even if it's a weenie roast out on the Capitol grounds here, over a garbage can or dumpster. You know, we will celebrate whatever we are handed. So thank you.
Yeah.
I probably should take a break because I'm thinking about this stuff way too much. So at that point, we are at break time. And we are only 2 minutes over our allotted time. So we're going to take a break until 11 o'clock. You have 8 minutes and we will be back. Thank you. back from our break, and I'm not sure if we're recording yet. We are recording. We're good. All right. So we were 4 minutes late. I apologize. We are now at item G, which is the fiscal year 25-27 statewide transportation improvement funds. And Suzanne is going to talk to us about the formula plans. So Suzanne, it's all yours.
Great. Thank you, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, Oregon Transportation Commission. Suzanne Carlson, I'm the Public Transportation Division Administrator with ODOT, and we're going to talk about the statewide transportation improvement formula plans today for decision by the Commission. So as a refresher, this is the payroll tax funded statewide transportation improvement program. The formula program is 90% of those dollars by statute are dedicated to the formula program. We additionally have funding that comes from DMV ID cards, cigarette tax, and non-highway gas tax. These are distributed by statute to 42 qualified entities. The payroll tax goes back to the communities where it was collected. So it supports areas that have a lot of economic growth, economic development. And then the other funds are dedicated by a population-based formula. So those are dedicated to elderly and disabled. Transportation was formerly called the STF. Thank you. So many acronyms. Just wanted to give you a snapshot here of where we are in this process. We are here. This process happens every 2 years, so it's a biennial plan. Qualified entities actually have an option for a 4-year plan, but for the most part, they come forward with a 2-year plan. So we kick it off a year before by providing revenue estimates, how much we believe the economist's office believes will come in revenue from the payroll tax in the upcoming biennium, and we provide those estimates to the qualified entities. We actually ask them to budget 20% over that. In the past, we've seen this revenue source come in above what we've forecasted, and that gives them the opportunity to spend the funds. If it does come in a little over, could of course always come in under the estimate as well. At that point, each of the 42 qualified entities, which are mass transportation districts, counties, and transportation districts, they have stiff advisory committees. Most of this is in statute and/or rule, the process that they follow. So they convene their advisory committees to develop the plan together with the transit providers that are in that community. So as I mentioned, the funds must go to those entities, but they work with all the transit providers and really make the planning and decisions in that local community for what works best for them. When they come up with that plan, they present it to the governing body of the qualified entity who approves that plan or doesn't, and submits it to ODOT. We then go through for completeness. We're really just making sure it complies with all the rules and the statute and that we have all the information we need to proceed forward. Some of the qualified entities hit the mark the first time. Others, we return the plan to them for some improvements and completion. When they have those complete and ready to go, we bring that to a subcommittee of our Public Transportation Advisory Committee, who does the review and makes a recommendation to the full Public Transportation Advisory Committee of ODOT. That subcommittee did refer all the plans for approval, and then the Public Transportation Advisory Committee did vote to forward all the plans for approval to the Oregon Transportation Commission. So that brings us to today. We have shared information with you about all the 42 plans for approval, and I'll go through that a little bit. The next step from this will be that we have a new process. I'll talk a little bit on another slide of entering into a grant agreement with all those qualified entities, giving ODOT a little bit more oversight over the requirements in the plan. And then from there, we do distribute the funds quarterly in advance, and the qualified entity goes forth and delivers transit in their community, and then some reporting requirements and oversight that we conduct ongoing. This year, all 42 entities did submit a plan. We had one tribal entity that previously did not participate and has jumped in and will be receiving stiff funds if they get their plan approved. And then I mentioned really all these steps. The only thing to add here is that the qualified entity can only spend funds in accordance with the plan. So you're really the oversight body to make sure that they've gone through this whole process and have come up with a good game plan for spending these funds. And then they must comply with what they've put together in their own plan during the biennium. You'll see in your packet that the estimated revenue forecast that's included in the plans. And then there's also existing funds that qualified entities have received that might be projects that are in process, some reserve funds, some other reasons why they've carried forward funds that are also included in those plans. So they have to sort of get your reapproval for how they're going to spend those dollars in the biennium. So there's some existing funds included as well. And then just as a recap, and this part's really from the statute, is that these investments can be in services, they can be in capital, they can be for planning. There are requirements to serve communities with a high percentage of low-income households, to serve older adults and people with disabilities, to provide student transportation. And then the original, I failed to mention, it was from House Bill 2017. So our last transportation package created this whole program. And initially it was really for expansion services. And I think they realized pretty quickly that it really needs to support existing and maintenance of transportation, of transit in communities as well. So that was added in. And I think we're seeing a real growth in that. We're really seeing transit agencies investing in and maintaining the service that they already have. We also had really a bump of COVID relief funds that came from the federal government. And as those are tapering off, we are seeing agencies using more and more of the state funds to deliver service as well. So we do ask in the plans that they project the benefits and outcomes for communities. So this is just a recap of information we have together from all those 42 plans, essentially 60 million rides, 5 million revenue, service hours, times that the vehicles are out in the communities, over 70 million miles. And then again, to that statutory requirement, including the number of low-income households that are within a half mile of a transit stop, 2.6 million. And then there's also criteria in statute to increase coordination between transit agencies and make it more effective to take transit and take transit longer distances. Excuse me. So we also measure how many new stops they're sharing with other providers. And we're seeing 358 stops that have more than one provider stopping in that same area, so you can transfer services. Again, sort of that move towards expansion of service compared to state of good repair and maintenance. We see that there's 23 vehicles that will be for expansion services, so new services that need new vehicles, obviously, and then 107 replacement vehicles. So those are vehicles that are exiting a state of good repair, which is one of our legislative key performance measures. So keeping vehicles in a state of good repair is also a really important investment area for this transit funding source. We also want to note that there's capital programs going forward as well. Apologize, I've replicated a data error. We actually have 4 agencies who have facilities that are being constructed, bus barns, that type of thing. So this has been a really good resource for that type of facility, as well as Chair Brown has also broken ground recently on a facility. Units of equipment purchased. We also have one of the agencies that's doing some bike and pedestrian access to transit. And so they're making some on-road investments and safety improvements for biking and walking, as well as signs and shelters that are being constructed. So just to give you a sense of the variety. I mentioned we will be adding grant agreements this year. So again, getting into a contractual agreement between ODOT and the qualified entity. We do pass these funds through and we provide them in the advance of the quarter, but that will really strengthen our oversight authority, that if we do find their qualified entity is spending funds outside of what their requirements are, outside of that plan, we'll have an ability to have sort of that contractual relationship for oversight. Previously, we had just the STIF plan itself with sort of a signed cover agreement that did that. And I believe you've already passed your consent agenda, which means you've already passed the temporary rule, and we'll be moving forward into a permanent rule. Leading me straight into that, we do have a rules advisory committee happening right now. They are taking their work very seriously. They're meeting for 3 hours at a time over the course of February through August, and looking really at how this program works, how it's working well, how it could be tweaked and improved. I believe we're in our 4th biennium of the STIF plans. So there's ways that could be more flexible to serve providers better, as well as I mentioned, ODOT's role and how ODOT can have oversight and guidance over the program. So these are just some examples of some of the topic areas, how the qualified entity works together with some of the subrecipients in their communities, how the fund management works. For reporting, one of the findings we had was that some of the reporting requirements hit all at the same time. So can it be more flexible so the staff of the agencies can turn in the reporting on a more reliable basis, and then some flexibility in the plan so that as maybe a capital project gets delayed or some service deployment gets delayed, they have a little bit of ability to pivot within the biennium rather than being, we hold them to the plan, but they now have the opportunity to amend the plan during the biennium. So providing some of those ways that transit agencies can make their best effort, but also have a fallback measure to make changes as needed to deliver service. We will be bringing, once that committee work is complete, and also potentially capturing any change that comes forward from the legislature this year, we'll be bringing those changes to you in January next year. Trying to see if there's anything new on here that I haven't covered yet. Really, the next step today is to have a decision and vote on these plans and approve them. As I mentioned, we will then enter into these grant agreements. We expect to have that by the end of June and then distribute those funds July. And then really the funds just hit the streets and deliver service, transit service in those communities and start the new projects under the new plans. The old plans sort of expire and the delivery starts under the new plan as of July 1. With that, we do request questions, and then we'll get into conflict of interest.
So questions? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one's kind of close to me because I was pretty instrumental in passing this program as part of HB 2017. And when we did that, at least I envisioned it, and I think the way I sold it to my colleagues at that time is it was an expansion of services. And we had some concerns about coordination in that works. And I put a lot of faith in the OTC having the oversight that they will make sure that all that stuff will be carried out. Now, the chair has since then explained to me some of the problems with what we did, but that's the way it is. But I do have some questions. Is there an administrative cap?
Thank you, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer. There was an administrative cap of 1% of the payroll tax. ODOT was limited to having 1% in order to administer the program. That was lifted, I believe, in 2020. So we no longer have a cap on our ability to administer the program.
Do we have a cap that it applies to each grantee?
Oh, how much they can spend on administrative funds? I do have a breakout in the table of how much they have allotted towards that. I'm not sure if there is an actual cap, but they have 8.4% across all the plans is the average of the administrative cost.
Say that one more time.
Of the total amount in the plans, 8.4% is for project administration.
Does that include planning?
It does not. Planning is a separate 0.6%.
And why do we allow reserves if we're trying to expand services?
I'll give a shortish answer to that. That has been a hot topic with the Rules Advisory Committee. The program reserve allows a little bit of flexibility. So if there's a little bit of, I'll say, uncertainty or something like holding aside match funds for a federal grant that you may or may not get, it's a way to sort of put funding into a bucket where as the biennium continues on, you may need to repurpose it a little bit. You may also not yet have expanded the service or gotten on the ground some of the projects that you intended to execute on. But I'd also invite Chair Brown from a provider perspective if she has any thoughts on that.
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons why people may have a reserve. And as you spoke to, part of it is they may have a project that they're going to build a facility, but also there's kind of some volatility in as far as the payroll tax is generated by the amount of people that are working. Sometimes and we've seen this like in some of the larger transit agencies over the years that get the employer payroll tax when employment is down. Is their revenue. And so sometimes some of them have a little bit of a rainy day fund that they set aside to take care of that volatility so they're not caught off guard. But I don't think we've really seen a lot of that in the plans. But it's something that they've talked about. But mostly what I've heard as far as transit agencies in general with the Oregon Transit Association conversations they have with their members is that most of the time the reserve is set aside or the amount of money that's put there is because they're planning on a larger project or a larger expansion. So they may have to buy a vehicle. They may have to do something else to be able to put that route out there in that community. So.
Well, I'm a little uncomfortable. I'm going to support this today, but I have to tell you that I'm a little uncomfortable approving plans that I've never seen. And I would have at least preferred to have at least a summary of what each of these agencies are doing that we're being asked to approve, but I don't want to stop the project today. I just think, I don't feel like I'm doing the oversight that I promised people I would do when we passed the legislation in 2017. Not a criticism of staff, it's just I feel like we haven't done the job. I'm not doing the job that I said we would do doing that, but I'll stop there. And I'm be willing to make a motion if you'd like that, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
Just a question to follow up on that, because I share Vice Chair Byer's concern. If we made a request to get the grants, the information that we need, and move this to an agenda item for our next meeting, would that pose any problems?
A little bit,
A little bit or a lot of it?
a lot of it. But
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, the funds are distributed in advance at the beginning of the quarter, and they are distributed, excuse me, July 1st. And with the that sort of circle that I showed you, there's quite a bit of processes and committees that come before it comes to OTC. We did provide summary tables, and I believe we should have provided a link to all the plans in your package. I can verify and make sure that it happened, but that was our intention, to provide access to all 42 plans, as well as the 4 pages of the summary tables in addition.
I can say to this whole process, the plans are vetted at the local level first with their advisory committees. And so, and I know Commissioner Chang could probably talk about this because he's a QE also, a qualified entity, along with myself. It goes through a really lengthy process of what the community wants. From there, it goes to our board of directors at our transit agencies or at the QE level, the commissioners, and they look at how the money is being spent. And, you know, it goes through that whole process. From there, it goes to a advisory committee, our public transit advisory committee, who also looks at it along with staff. So staff vet it, the public transit advisory committee. And I think you also have a subcommittee, don't you, for special projects that looks at the special discretionary pieces of the projects. That, go ahead.
There's a separate process for discretionary grants that we
Okay.
brought to the last commission meeting.
So do you have at the advisory committee level, a subgroup that looks at them before it goes to the full advisory committee too?
Yes, the Public Transportation Advisory Committee has a subcommittee that reviews the plans and makes the recommendation to the full Public Transportation Advisory Committee, who makes the recommendation to the Oregon Transportation Commission, as well as the staff review for completion.
Additional question.
Yes.
And again, back to an earlier question by Vice Chair Byer relative to project admin.
Mhm.
When you take a look at the table that's provided and you run down to Salem area Mass Transit District, there's only $4,000 in administration there. Very, very little. But you look at the other list and there's some agencies where it's over 20%. Did we give any kind of guidance relative to what fell into the administrative expense category that we would fund?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, I will need to look at that further. I know on the federal side, there are caps from FTA funds as far as how much you can put into administrative costs. I don't know if that is the case here. I will say that for the agency as a whole, they have a variety of funding sources. So they've got the federal funds for a variety of projects, as well as the state funds. So you may see some variation that they're either making up for or putting in less administrative costs because of that interplay with other funding sources. But I would need to check further if we have a cap on that.
I mean, I will just say that, you know, the STIF plan for Cascades East Transit, I'm intimately familiar with. We, you know, in my community, Cascades East Transit is not a transit district, so they need us, Deschutes County, to pass through the funds, you know, to receive and pass through the funds for them. That's why I'll be recusing myself on the vote for this. But you know, because we have that oversight responsibility, and you know, I've reviewed their plan, you know, in great detail, and so I can vouch for that one. But and I do see the, you know, now looking back through our packet, I do see the hot link for all the other plans as well. So you know, buried in there, but they were available for us.
Yeah. Well,
So any other comments or questions?
well, just, I think we need to move forward on this today, but I do think, I frankly don't have a lot of concern about what's happening east of the mountains, because I'm very impressed with what they're doing over there in places, and they're smaller. But this is a lot of money. This is one of the, probably the second largest pool of funds that the department gets. And I think it's responsible for the commission to spend more time on this in the future, to understand what we're approving. I mean, that was kind of the thought they were doing. It was supposed to be viewed as an expansion of the program, although I realized the challenges, and certainly COVID didn't help. They had to change things a lot there. So I would just ask Mr. Director in the future that perhaps we set aside some time so that the commission better understands what's going on here. But with that, if you're ready, I'll make a motion.
I mean, but you know, one other thought. I mean, so we do have this link for these plans. Is procedurally are we allowed to postpone this item to after lunch and allow allow OTC members to, you know, poke around in there for a few minutes during lunchtime if they're interested?
I don't think, personally, I don't have a need to do that today.
Okay. All right. The other comment is I'm going to recuse myself from any action on this, as I am a qualified entity in the general manager. And I believe Commissioner Chang also is declaring
that, you know, as the qualified entity, again, just passing through funds for Cascade East Transit, but as the listed qualified entity, Deschutes County, I need to recuse myself as well.
Okay.
So with that said, that leaves the
Well, I
three of
guess I
you.
get the chair for this item then. So with that, I think we need a motion. There's, since I have the chair, somebody else has to make the motion.
Vice Chair Byer, I move to approve the recommended statewide transportation improvement fund plans for 2025-2027 stiff formula funding cycle.
Second.
We have motion on the floor to approve the plans as presented today. Or is there any further discussion? If there's not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And we will, there are no no's since there's only three of us. And we will note that the Commissioner Brown, Chair Brown and Commissioner
Chang?
abstained from the vote today. All right, so the motion is approved and it's back to you, Chair.
Thank you. That was easy. Sorry. Look, complicated. Okay, we are going to move on to item H. And Suzanne, I think you're still up.
Yes, thank you. Suzanne Carlson, Public Transportation Division Administrator, and I'm going to move into a strategic plan spotlight on some of the active and public transportation milestones for 2025 in the strategic action plan. So for goal 7, our goal is to improve access to active and public transportation. And most of these goals fall with the Public Transportation Division. There is a ADA curb ramp commitment that is mostly handled by delivery and operations. So I will not be speaking as much towards that today. We're going to be talking about the milestones for this year, 2025, and I'm happy to report that they are on track. So the first implementing action is around evaluating investments made. So looking at how we are evaluating climate safety and equity in the grants that we award and how we'll continue to do so going forward. So our ODOT grants managers have worked in a cohort for some number of years to really coordinate about the work they do and provide support to each other. They did a survey last year of how they were using those measures in their grant criteria. They've been spending this year evaluating those survey results, looking at that data and what other data they might need, and working towards having a communal matrix, if you will, of ways in which they weight and evaluate climate safety and equity in their grant awards. They're also going to be now working to integrate that to the capital investment plan that you all have been hearing about, and looking how to weight those goals and priorities within that larger context of the capital investment plan and making sure that that aligns. So they're working towards that consistent evaluation metrics. So that'll have a bank of priorities, and it'll include these three along with others. And then the next step for you as the OTC on the capital investment plan is going to be discussing those priorities at the July meeting, and then creating criteria for how to select the best projects. So you'll have another way to weigh in on the work that staff has been doing here. Another implementing action is using transitioning data tools and informing design choices. So looking at how we can bring multimodal data into our evaluation on projects. So ODOT overall is doing a data transition to a new TransGIS tool, which is an ongoing and multi-year project. So we're looking at how bike and ped data can feed into that. So for example, we know we're not going to be building out bicycling and pedestrian networks on every state highway. Places where you wouldn't expect to see people walking and biking might be surrounded by forest or other rural areas. So really bringing in what is that surrounding context? Where are there businesses and residences, and where would we expect to see more demand? And then being able to inform designs and investments to build out in the right places. And this work is being done together with Public Transportation Division, Delivery and Operations, and Policy Data and Analysis. And some of these metrics also, milestones also tie into some of the internal audit information. We had a pedestrian and bicycle internal audit, and those groups are working together to deliver on that as well, of which these are also some steps. The last one in this area is zero emission transit transition plans. So how agencies, and again, some of you on the dais are familiar with transition going from fossil fuel vehicles, diesel vehicles, or natural gas vehicles into electric vehicles. And that takes quite a bit of planning and investment. So providing more technical support to agencies in that transition.
Suzanne, on that, one of the things that just recently I was on a webinar that was talking about what the federal government's going to do about zero emission buses, and looking at those transition plans, and also looking at, they haven't done real well with the battery electric buses, and they're questioning about funding them in the future. And so are we tracking that piece of it? Because I think we're going to get to a point where there's going to be more money available for things like hybrid diesel buses that have battery packs, et cetera, versus just going to a zero emission completely. Is somebody at ODOT tracking all of that information from the federal side?
We are tracking that currently. That transition plan, previously, I might say that those transition plans were required to move towards electrification. And I would anticipate that will no longer be a requirement, and that type of transition expectation will slow down. We did just see the US DOT affirm a large discretionary grant to TriMet for investment in vehicles. So there does continue to be some investment and action on that, but I do expect that to change. And so we probably will have less demand for this resource, if you will, but this would be to make it available to transit agencies. And then as they develop models for a small urban or a rural agency, what does that look like? We can then provide that type of support to the additional agencies going forward as they choose that transition.
this is an interesting topic. I mean, you've talked about it a lot before, but I was talking with one of our large transit agencies in the state who had invested heavily into electric vehicles, and they're finding they don't work for them. And they're looking to sell them all off to Southern California and replace them with renewable diesel.
Yeah, I think that that's, something that we're going to have to wrestle with. I think the other piece is the reduction of FTA employees at the federal level and how much planning is going to be available to us. And I'm just concerned a little bit because our state has a plan too. And so how do we tie all these things in together to make all this work? I mean, the bottom line is we're still reducing an automobile trip every time somebody's on our bus. But we had greater expectations of being able to move the needle on our carbon footprint by going to zero emissions. And so I think we're going to have to take a really good look at it. It may mean more work from your department in some ways to be able to do a better timeline or to come up with better ideas on how we can meet those through bicycling or pedestrians. So I don't want to take up a bunch of time on this subject because we could spend hours on it, but it's just something that's on my radar that I'm really tracking closely at the replacement of vehicles because I'm worried about transit and where they're going to end up.
Thanks for the conversation on that. And we will work to integrate that into future milestones because I do believe that the landscape will be changing on this effort. Another one of our implementing actions is to enhance trip planning. So providing data to allow mapping tools, including transit data, and then allowing the feasibility of integrated transit payment systems. So you go, for example, from a bike share system onto transit, really connecting some of those first mile, last mile opportunities. So our first milestone around this is, this gets a little data wonky around the general transit feed specification and moving that data over to a new Flex 2.0. So still GTFS as it's called, but with a new Flex 2.0 standard that starts to bring in demand response vehicles as well. So in more rural communities, when you can do a dial-a-ride system, starting to integrate that type of data into the feed system. And we do work to support that for transit agencies. So we're doing this work on behalf of data that we could, that those agencies could then use to feed into, say, Google or Apple map type systems. The next milestone here is that we're part of a federal grant called AIM, Accelerating Innovative Mobility, which is a tri-state project with Oregon, Washington, and California. And this is working on, again, data systems that would help transit providers to deliver their more efficient transit service. And there's some visualization reports and some maps. I don't know all the details, but working in partnership to provide this software support for our agencies as well. And we just participated in some demos along with WashDOT. And then on the last one here, this is more of a long-term plan, and this ties into our some of our transit and bike ped plans, is looking at the barriers and opportunities for advancing to some of those integrated planning tools and payment systems that would integrate all these types of modes. And then the last one is around defining the multimodal network. So we have an implementing action to define the multimodal network and establish priority corridors as part of the Oregon Highway Plan and increase connectivity and access to key destinations, and then also using that type of data to inform investment decisions. So again, looking at where we want to make our investments. The first implementing action here is that we're doing an intercity bus network study that's underway now and getting closer to completion, how we can better connect communities and use that and partially the STIF funding as well that connects communities and how we can continue to enhance those services. On the next one, there's a cross-functional team working together looking at the heat map data and the statewide strategic investment locations project to define the multimodal network. So this is the heat map system has been used for state highway and roadway assets. We would be piloting how we would use this for the multimodal network as well. So if you think of the Great Streets program, for example, we were able to pull it together a lot of data around where there are hotspots for different types of conditions, different type of investments needs, and really layering that together to find a location where you might make a single impactful investment. So the team is working at how that might also apply to the multimodal network and focusing on priorities that would bring new data into that as well. So with that, this is really just to sort of highlight where we are, where we're doing, bring in some of the feedback such as you have offered already. So if there's any other thoughts on these, I would welcome your input.
I guess one question I have is, I think I'm tracking the explanations of these three pieces, but you know, and I definitely appreciate the investments in planning and, you know, strategizing. What I'm not tracking totally is, you know, how much is happening in a central way within the agency versus how much is happening in a decentralized way at the local level. But, you know, whether these, you know, investments in these things are supporting local agencies in doing planning work, or whether this is stuff we're doing that we think is helpful for, you know, at the local level. Could you talk about that a little bit or unpack that a little bit for me?
I can try to. Thank you. I think most of what I was speaking to today is really ODOT planning around the statewide network and ODOT's investments, or where we create grant opportunities for local agencies or even ODOT regions to apply for our funds. So in terms of prioritizing climate, safety, and equity, really looking at how we evaluate those where other people are applying to us. But in some of these data systems, it's really looking at where ODOT's going to be making its investments. In terms of how we support planning at the local level, that starts to get a little bit out of my area of expertise. So I would say that most of what we were speaking of today, well, the transit would be within our area, but the sort of the bike ped planning is a little bit outside of my area of expertise. So I think the data that we're looking at is really supporting those ODOT investment decisions.
A lot of planning, a lot of tools. How do you define success? Once we go through the planning, we roll out the tools. How do you define, you know, our return on investment, and was this successful? And
yeah,
you know, are there some metrics that are out there that, you know, become target metrics as a result of doing all this work?
That is a great question. I know that we do have a metric for this. So the metric for goal 7 to improve access to active and public transportation is to achieve our mobility targets for public transportation, rail ridership, and pedestrian and bicycle network connectivity completeness. What that essentially means is we have legislated key performance measures, and so working to better meet the key performance measures that we have in these areas. So for transit, it's vehicle state of good repair, which really isn't addressed here, but it's ridership, transit ridership. So some of those interconnectivity and helping plan those networks, hoping to increase ridership. And then we have a new metric for bicycle and pedestrian safety, which is how complete the network is. So again, not necessarily those most rural areas where you wouldn't expect people to bike and walk, but in places that are a little bit more urbanized and have people biking and walking, have we provided safe dedicated facilities, and have we provided safe crossings? So those are the two measures that we use for biking and walking.
And do you have a methodology to keep score on that, to say, you know, we've improved 10 or we've improved 25? And you do?
Pardon me. Yes, Commissioner Baker, we do report to the legislature every year on those. And we've just finished sort of our data collection. So I don't think we have that to share publicly yet, but we have run those numbers and we'll be updating those for this year.
Yeah, I think I would be interested to see them, because, you know, you hear a lot of our public testimony, and it's specifically on these kinds of things. Yeah. And since we're investing and we're doing some planning and we're rolling out some tools, it would be really helpful, I think, to, you know, be able to articulate that more broadly to us, and you know, certainly, you know, to, you know, some people that are very interested in how we're spending our money and our resources and making improvements here. Because it sounds like you're doing some really great work, but I think we need to have some good KPIs and some good reporting, and certainly I'd love to understand more. So
And thinking about that, I mean, one of the things, first last mile and bicycling and I know not all transit agencies probably gather this data, but we gather all bicycle boardings on our bus.
Hmm.
So if a bicycle is put on the rack, we count it. And we keep that data. But I was thinking like in the TriMet area, when they pull their bike inside the light rail and hang it up, they're probably not counting all of those boardings. But I think that that's good data that also shows that, you know, building the bicycle facilities to the transit lines does make a difference where people can get to and from their destination using their bicycle as part of the trip. So just something to think about, but you know, I don't know how we gather all of that, but we could probably gather quite a bit and be able to report it out. Any other questions or comments from any of the other commissioners or thoughts?
I'll offer just one more thought. As you all already know, we do track completion of strategic action plan, milestones, and implementing actions. And then a lot of these, we really cascaded these across our modal plan. So the bicycle and pedestrian plan, and the public transportation plan, which is a little outdated at this point. And then we're updating the state rail plan right now. So we sort of look at what all the measures are in those as well, and how by focusing on the strategic action plan, we're also hitting those other measures. So a little more qualitative, but starting to check off where we've created some goals in those plans as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we're a little bit behind time, but that's okay. Next is agenda item, where are we? All right. Customer service policy and strategy, our SAP spotlight. You're a little early in the day for us, Travis. We always put you last. I don't know how you snuck up on us.
Well, I have a habit of doing that to some people. So for the record, I'm Travis Brower, Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. And we're going to bring you a very short update on one of our strategic action plan items, specifically around customer service. And I'll let Ms. Horner introduce herself and go first.
Good morning, Leah Horner, Assistant Director for Operations. And I'm actually excited to come and talk to you a little bit about our strategic action plan priority around customer service and providing excellent customer service. As you all know, throughout the SAP, we have focused on a number of implementing actions around the customer service focus, including a number of them which are complete, including launching the DMV self-service kiosk, implementing new Ask ODOT and public record system, and creating a state of the system dashboard. I'm going to focus on the dashboard for just a second. And so I just want to flag that as part of the work that we have done around the state of the system dashboard, we do have a full customer service component on that dashboard. It reflects things like the public opinion of ODOT, which, you know, is a little bit challenging. It has DMV wait times. It has CCD wait times. It also has a customer satisfaction component to it. We also are measuring things on the project delivery or on the maintenance side that indicate how quickly we're cleaning up crashes that close lanes. And so there are a number of areas that we focus on that I would consider customer service throughout the state of the system dashboard. So that is a key component of some of the work that we've done on that as well. In addition, we've also launched the CCD Orion routing and permitting system. But one of the things that we have done is folded in, next slide, please. We've folded in a new statewide policy that came from the governor in November of 2024 around customer service for the entire enterprise. And so when this policy rolled out, we kind of took a look at it, and as you all are probably aware, when the governor took office, she also issued a number of expectations for a core number of agencies. So there are 11 that we track very, very closely every quarter to make sure we are hitting the metrics that the governor is requiring, and we are. But what we have done is kind of folded this customer service policy and implementation that had very specific kind of components to it and how we lean into what we are actually doing with the policy, how we are communicating it throughout the agency, and what the strategies are that we are implementing to make sure that we are in compliance. We had the option to either lift in place the DAS policy that you'll see a screenshot of on the slide, or to create our own policy. And so what we have done, Travis and I have kind of co-led this effort, but what we have done over a number of months is decided to create our own policy and our own strategies to make sure that we are compliant with the governor's customer service policy. And with that, I'll turn it over to Travis to go through some of the details.
Great, thanks, Leah. So when we got this directive from the governor's office, we realized it was a great opportunity to continue our work on implementing the strategic action plan and really try to up our game on customer service. We obviously are one of the most customer-facing state agencies in the enterprise, given that we have the DMV, which touches virtually every Oregonian throughout the course of their lives multiple times. As well as people use state highways to get around or get goods or live their life just about every day. So I would argue that in some ways, ODOT touches the customers, the people of the state of Oregon more than just about anybody. So what we decided to do was really dig into this. And we created a work group that had representatives from across the agency. We took the governor's policy and expanded upon it to create an agency-wide policy that really dug into how we can be responsive to customer inquiries, as there is an expectation that we will respond to every customer within one business day. We also set an agency-wide strategy that sets basic service expectations and framework across the agency. And I believe that was included in your packet. And then because we are such a diverse agency, we recognize that we couldn't just have a one size fits all that applied agency wide for everybody, because it wouldn't be meaningful. So we asked each division to develop their own strategies to articulate how they can serve their customers more effectively. We did not provide that all to you because that would be a lot of pages across all of our divisions, but we asked them really to dig in and figure out how you could do this work that who do you serve? How do you serve them? How could you do it better? And we asked them all to identify action items for their division to take on. And we hope that that is more meaningful than just having the director's office say, hey, you're going to go do this and here's how you're going to go do it. They got to define more how they're going to improve their customer service. We defined excellent customer service within the agency as really operating at the intersection of customer service that's timely, effective, equitable, and accessible, and expect that everyone within this framework, all of our divisions will live up to that expectation. We also, in this statewide strategy or agency-wide strategy, set expectations. We talk about how we're going to measure and report on performance in serving customers, and some of that rolls up to you as part of our key performance measures and other things. We're going to work as an agency to deploy online self-service and third-party service options. You saw that with a couple of things Ms. Horner mentioned, the DMV kiosks that have been deployed and the CCD Orion system. We're trying to meet our customers where they are and give them more opportunities for getting their business with ODOT done, rather than having to show up at an office at the times we say they should have to show up. We're going to do our best to engage customers and listen to their needs. So it's not one way, it's also listening. We need to make sure our call centers, particularly at DMV and CCD, have the resources they need to address their customer needs and meet wait time expectations. I'll note that our metrics from CCD have been excellent after a reorganization they did that improved their call wait times, and DMV has also been operating within their expectations in recent months. We're going to respond. Sorry, I will stop because I saw a question coming.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm just curious, Travis, because I technology is obviously a real important part, and I always think that the picture's worth 1,000 words. And I'm looking at this picture of that phone. I haven't had a phone like that in 30 years. And I'm just hoping that as we start talking about investing in customer service, that we're providing our service providers with the best possible tools. And this isn't representative of what we're.
No, Commissioner Baker, Chair Brown, thank you. I actually had to look long and hard to find this picture. This is someone on a DMV field office. Our actual DMV call agents have much better equipment, I can assure you. And to the point about technology, I mean, we're using, leveraging AI now to take some of the calls and try to get the simple questions answered so that they don't have to go to one of our customer service representatives. And we're going to be looking to use some of the tools that are part of the phone system. And we're exploring, for example, could we have a customer service survey at the end of each call? Right now, we only literally do like mail out surveys to DMV customers, and it's very 20th century. So one of the efforts that came out of this is to try to find ways that we can better understand the needs of our customers and get that feedback from them. So trying to leverage technology in many ways.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to also, per the governor's direction, respond timely to customer inquiries. That was a key part of the policy. We're going to ensure equity by serving all customers effectively. And that includes providing alternative languages and universal communication options, which DMV has been working very hard on with translation devices, for example, in DMV offices that can leverage, again, some of the artificial intelligence opportunities we have. And of course, we know that we're struggling with limited resources across the agency as a result of our budget issues. But we wanted to make sure that that wasn't seen as an excuse to not provide customer service that's still as strong as it can. So we directed everyone to prioritize customer services within our limited resources. We asked each division to come up with action items for future improvement. And this is an area that we're continuing to refine, and we're going to be monitoring these. They identified more than 30 different action items. Some of that was around agency-wide policy education to make sure that everybody is aware of the policy and the strategy that's agency-wide and statewide, and also about the individual division strategy. So we're asking everyone to inculcate that information with their staff. Many divisions said they really need to focus on refreshing their customer-facing websites. We did a massive web reinvention project back in 2017, but that needs to continue to be updated because the web goes stale really quickly. And we actually have the #1 website in state government with the DMV by a factor of something like 10 in terms of total clicks. So that's actually one of the things DMV would like to invest in, and would be quite a substantial investment. As I noted earlier, we're working on DMV contact center modernization. That would include things like the phone survey, so that we could get that customer service survey from that data from them in the moment rather than at a later time.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Travis, when you're looking at the websites, I'm going to just say, when I look at ours, I find it really hard to find information on it. I'm wondering, do you, as you're doing that, do you ever use something like a focus group or something?
Yes, Vice Chair Byer, Chair Brown, absolutely. In fact, when we developed the website, we had a whole series of interactions with customers where we would go and find people and ask them to walk through, like, if you were to look for this information, how would you try to find it? And so it was that's the state of the practice in web design. And we use that extensively. And it was interesting because it told us people think about how to organize information differently than we as state bureaucrats do in our bureaucrat brains. And so we actually try to follow that organization. I hear you, though, on our website. We have so much information, and occasionally we get direction from the enterprise that this new thing shall be, one click off of your main website. And so there are times over time where you get to have a little bit of clutter that then you need to go back and look at how can I refresh that all so people can find the information. So absolutely. Yeah. So one of the last things we're going to do is update our key performance measures. As I noted, how we collect the data on that can be a little bit stale, and we need to find some ways to make sure we're hearing that voice of the customer a little bit more in the moment and a little bit more systematically than just how we're doing it today. So we're going to be working on that as well. So that is the work we're doing under this. Obviously, we'll continue to provide you updates. You get updates in your quarterly performance report on things like the DMV's performance. So we'll be back at you in July with an update on that.
Any questions?
All of these things are policies, strategies, expectations, metrics, agency-wide education. These are all useful things for ensuring excellent customer service. It occurred to me while you were talking that one of the ways that we ensure excellent customer services is for it to be part of the culture of an organization. And I'm just curious, are we, all the ODOT employees I've ever met, you clearly have a public service ethic, but is there anything that we kind of deliberately and mindfully do to cultivate that culture of service?
Yeah, Commissioner Chang, Chair Brown, it's a great question. And we actually viewed this whole effort not as just an opportunity to write a strategy and policy, because that's kind of bureaucratic, frankly, but as an opportunity to inculcate that sort of culture across the agency. So that's what we're asking people to do right now. As Leah mentioned, there is now a new customer service training that comes out for all new state employees. And we've asked everyone to, include some of this work that we're doing in their team meetings and division all staff, and really sort of try to get that down to the individual folks. I mean, I will tell you in DMV, there's, which is our most public facing, extensive customer service training as part of their onboarding, as part of their work, and ongoing as well. So there is an effort to really have that be part of the ODOT culture. And it's part of when we, one of our values is excellence, and that includes excellence in our public service. So I will say, most of the time, though, you'll hear us talk about public service. I think it's important to talk about customer service and think, who is your customer that you are serving? So you'll hear us talk about that as well.
Can I? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Leah.
I just wanted to add one more thing, Madam Chair and Commissioner Chang. One of the other things that came up through the body of work that we've been doing around this was, yes, complying with our kind of external customer service components, but how do we also look at that internally? And how do we start looking at some initiatives to make sure that we are actually providing a level of customer service internally as well? And so we are kind of poking down that path of kind of what does that actually mean, and how do we not only set a standard for that, but also kind of engagement and metrics around kind of what our internal components of that look like as well.
And I think it gets back to when I think about DMV, because I always send pictures to Travis of how long the line is and where I am in it at the time. But
When you're waiting for your real ID.
yeah, when I'm trying to get real ID now. One of the things I think about is, the employees at DMV are really good at customer service. I mean, they have a hard job. They're very thorough. They get you through as quick as they can. The problem is we don't have enough employees. And it gets back to, so the customer is frustrated because they have to wait so long. And I think that that's the piece that sometimes we forget. And so by the time they get to the employee, they're not in a very good mood. So, that internal piece of us really, holding them up and encouraging them is really, really important, because they have a really terrible job when it comes to, because unfortunately we can't control people and the way they act. And it's not very pleasant.
Yeah. No,
So.
that's a really important consideration. You have to set people up for success.
Yep.
For
And we
them to
don't.
for them to do a good job.
So, all right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
For the update. I won't send you any pictures this month. Okay, we have one more item before lunch, just a little bit behind, but we can do it. And it's, where are we at? Item J. Vulnerable user crash. I better put my glasses on. Response program. Am I correct? Yes. Safety. Hi. Open mic. Welcome.
Good morning. I all turned on here.
Yeah, just pull it a little closer, tougher than you.
All right, how's that?
Perfect.
You good?
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, Commissioners. My name is Tova Peltz, and I am the Statewide Capital Program Engineer, and I'm joined today by my colleague, Mike Kimlinger, ODOT's Chief Engineer. We're here to share the outcomes of our first full year of the Vulnerable User Crash Response Program. As you know, one of the Strategic Action Plan goals is to save lives, and the initiation of this program was an implementing action of the Strategic Action Plan in 2024. The VUCR program is based on responding to pedestrian, cyclists, and other vulnerable user fatalities on the state highway system with the intention of making safety improvements that will save other lives. I want to take a moment to acknowledge that every time we say fatality, we are talking about someone dying on our highway system, a person with a name and a community And while we often focus on the numbers, the number of crashes, the number of fatalities, I don't want us to lose sight of all of the people we've lost on our system. This is a really difficult topic, and we continue to pursue ways to reduce these fatalities. And this program is part of that. Through this first year of the VUCR program, we're pursuing many countermeasures to improve safety for vulnerable users. In all of the fatal crashes we've responded to, ODOT receives information about the crash from mandatory reporting and law enforcement, and our crash response team reviews that information and looks for possible factors that have contributed to the circumstances leading to the crash. Our team then evaluates the crash to determine what, if any, safety countermeasures could reduce or eliminate a similar crash fatality from occurring again, and then works with our regions to advance projects at a quick clip. This morning, we will reflect on how and why the program was established and then walk through the work we've done over the first year. The statistics over the last 10 years are alarming, and they emphasize the need for this program and more. While the Commission and the agency have instituted groundbreaking safety programs like our ARTS program over the last decade to address fatal and serious injury crashes across the state, vulnerable user fatalities have climbed over the last 10 years. To address this emerging trend, the Commission advanced the Pedestrian Safety Rapid Response Pilot Program in 2021 using $10 million in House Bill 2017 safety funds. Through this pilot, we demonstrated that $10 million in state funds could quickly be used to deliver safety improvements along corridors. Those included improved visibility crosswalks, speed feedback signs, and lighting on 4 high-risk corridors, including 82nd Avenue in Portland and Oregon 126 in Springfield. In 2022, an evaluation of the agency's various funding streams and existing programs for pedestrian and bicycle safety yielded recommendations for crash data reporting improvements, for quicker access to crash data, and for a rapid response program focusing on vulnerable user road fatalities. In 2023, the Commission approved allocating the remaining available House Bill 2017 safety funds, which totaled $10.6 million, to establish the 24-27 Vulnerable User Crash Response Program, which is also intended to rapidly address safety. This was discussed by the Commission in March of 23 and then programmed in the STIP in late 2023. While I think this program is delivering valuable improvements, this is still a limited amount of funding for a very limited amount of time. We need to continue to seek state funds that can be allocated to expanding these safety improvements, particularly at a fast pace. Additionally, I would like to see funds allocated to maintaining and preserving these safety features in the long haul. This history was also shared and discussed with the Commission last August when we did our safety workshop. When we did our safety workshop, I'm going to pass the baton to Mr. Kimlinger.
Yeah, I don't talk quite as fast as Tova. Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, Commissioners, Mike Kimlinger, Chief Engineer for the record. So implementing the program, a lot of stuff has gone on over the last few years. We've been able to take a look at and evaluate a bunch of this stuff. We have focused on pre-approved safety countermeasures. So these are things that are recognized across all the states. It's a national program of looking at ways to do this. These are things that we can implement quickly. And there are some examples of that in the picture that's along with this slide. We also look forward to, we also have been leveraging programs that already exist and adding these things into them, including pointing out things that can be done in existing STIP programs. The program's divided into 2 parts, so a responsive and a systemic piece. Under the responsive part, we take a look at every single vulnerable user crash as it occurs within about a month. Try and look for opportunities that we can implement in a short order. And under that part of the program, we're allocating about 6.4 million of the total for the 24-27 funding cycle. Oops, got lost. The multidisciplinary team that evaluates this is made up of folks from across ODOT. The systemic portion of this program identifies corridors where we have opportunities to make improvements that will affect the kind of crashes that we have in this thing. And under the systemic program, we have about a 3.7 million
cut of that $10 million. One project is now under design in Region 3, and we hope to have a second systemic project going in Regions 2 and 4, one in each in the next year. As of the end of March, so this is from January 2024 to the end of March in 25, we've been able to evaluate 65 total crashes that resulted in fatalities. There are about 8 projects in design and 2 projects that are in construction today, and nine sites that we have under active investigation.
And I believe we're expecting our first project to be completed in June of this year.
This map, it shows about 19 locations, You can see most of them are along the Willamette Valley, the I-5 corridor, and the coast. That's where a disproportionate amount of these things happen. It doesn't include several of the maintenance and signal projects that have already occurred. Those were signal timing, some other kinds of quick improvements that could be made. This is a list of locations where we have both investigations, construction, and design going on. 9 different places or 10 different places across the state. The next slide is another 10 of these kinds of actions, and there are 9 more active investigations shown on this slide that we hope will result in further projects based on the outcome of those investigations.
And this is a summary of what was started in 2024. So this is all part of the first annual report that we've submitted, which was included in the materials for this meeting. So we continue to advance these projects, and we continue to evaluate sites where fatalities have happened in 2025. And our intention is to share more on an annual basis about how the program is advancing.
A question for you on these fatalities. I think one of them I know about in my area. Do you keep the data on impairment of the driver as part of the reason for the fatality? So one of the things we saw was an impairment of a driver hitting a bicyclist. And I see that it was probably in an area, and we're improving the area, but I'm just curious as to enforcement of drivers, because we're seeing more and more of it.
And we have a slide a little bit farther in the presentation that breaks down the cause, I'm going to say, of these crashes, and impairment is certainly part of that. The program is intended to focus on engineering solutions that we can make to these locations. So we're not addressing addressing enforcement through the vulnerable user program, but we've certainly identified that there are other factors contributing to these crashes that need to be addressed in partnership, probably between our agency and others, to look at other factors that are contributing.
Sure. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on that question, and maybe it will be helpful as you address the next slides. 2/3 of our fatalities here involve impairment. I think 62% is the actual number. And when I reviewed the list, I mean, what happens when you're impaired, whether it's drugs or alcohol, you have no judgment. And, these are either involving, the driver or the vulnerable road user. And I didn't see how the list of actions that we're taking were addressing this 2/3. I saw a lot that were addressing the 1/3 where, people are sober and, maybe it's speeding, maybe it's something else. But this is kind of a theme with me with fatalities in Oregon, because so often we've got such a high percentage of cause that's related to impairment. And I think we really need to dig into it. Now, we're transportation people, and we're thinking about transportation solutions. This is it's broader. We chatted about this a couple of meetings ago, where I was saying, listen, we need to really talk to some other state agencies in order to address the huge piece here. Because I think it would be long-term a real mistake for us to propose solutions that address a third of the problem, where we've got this really big, complicated issue with regard to impairment. That we need to figure out how to deal with. We can't erect enough barriers, to protect everybody from drunk drivers. And I was driving up I-5 last week, and there was a guy walking up the side of the road, and as soon as I went past him, he ran across the road. He was running across the road. So I mean, it's like what do you do with those kinds of situations where somebody runs out and they're suddenly a target? But as it relates to this impairment, I think we really need to give it some thought.
Commissioner, I appreciate the comments and that observation. I think that we found that there are a number of factors that are contributing to these deaths that aren't things we can engineer our way out of and need to be addressed beyond engineering, design, project solutions, or at least capital project type solutions. And that has initiated some conversations internally about like how else can we engage, looking at, to your point, impairment. Or one area that we've seen is a rise in fatalities that happen on expressways and like on high speed highways where we wouldn't expect to see pedestrians crossing in the first place. And we're not designing for pedestrians crossing. And that is like outside the proven safety countermeasures that across the country we're looking at. So we've identified that. I think that your point about impairment is a really good one, and it's something we need to look at. As I said before, I think that's outside of this program that's intended to deliver rapid engineering solutions. But I think that's still the responsibility of our agency, and I think it's something that Mike and I need to follow up on, and we will do that.
Yeah, I would say to that point, if we say it's outside the scope, we probably need to declare that it's outside the scope, that we're dealing. I don't think it is outside the scope, but there should be some clarity with regard to it. Because again, as I looked at all the money that was being spent and the nature of these projects, and they seem to be good projects, it didn't deal with that 2/3 that involve impairment.
Thank you for that feedback.
I see the director lit his.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Baker, to that point, and I'll pose a question and put you on the spot for a second. But even those that have a cause identified that's directly tied to impairment, we're still investigating those for the engineering aspect. So that's a plus in this as well.
Yes.
And I agree with your point that the conversation has to go broader than just our agency, because there's some elements that we really need help with. I wouldn't say they're outside of the scope of what we do. It's more of we're a contributing element to a broader conversation that's going to involve other agencies. But I certainly wanted to leave the commission with the understanding that all of these incidents are evaluated, whether or not impairment is part of it or not, for the engineering aspect that we can apply there. And your point's well taken, Commissioner, and we can continue to partner with our partner agencies.
If I could also just chip in, dealing with impairment is a big topic. I mean, you can get into behavioral health things that address impairment itself. You can have law enforcement agencies that are doing traffic patrols who are trying to find people who are driving impaired and get them off the road. And for example, in my community, that is a really big focus for law enforcement agencies, and they're working at that in a coordinated way. And so that's if we're kind of looking more broadly, that is definitely some place I would encourage people to look to plug in with these local law enforcement consortiums to talk about issues of impaired drivers and the impacts to all of our public safety. But yeah, I don't have any good suggestions on how ODOT could better engage in this topic. But I did want to, emphasize that there are all kinds of other forums at the state and community level where you can address the issue of impairment and people driving impaired more broadly.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
I think it's still an evolving field, but there's some pretty compelling data about self-driving vehicles and how that can reduce the risk of impairment. And I'd be curious to know how ODOT is working with our public health agencies or just thinking about that and making sure that we're not over-engineering for a problem that technology is ultimately going to solve.
That is thank you for that. Thank you for that comment and question. Mike, do you have?
Maybe just. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Chapman. Or the statement. I think that the emergence of autonomous vehicles and the ability for people to get from one place to another without actually being the piloter of the vehicle is going to do that huge disruption in the way that we travel. It's also going to be a mix of those kinds of vehicles with all the rest for another 30 or 40 years at a minimum. And so these engineering treatments will help us bridge that gap, and the change will be something that we can start to incorporate into the way that we do this. Excellent. Should we continue?
We'll be quiet so you can continue. Sorry. I asked.
More than happy to have the discussions.
Yes.
So we do have an example or two of projects. One of them is one of the focused ones, an issue with a bike fatality area down in Medford, where we took a look and evaluated against the criteria that we have. And out of that evaluation came that, well, there's no bike lanes. There were previous crashes. It's a high risk area. It's also got an equity disparity. And so we were able to focus in on that and to take a look at it and move forward with the project that was fairly holistic around the engineering solutions, including buffered bike lanes, fixing things like drainage. The lids on drainage can be a thing for bicyclists. And so either they swerve out around them or they go get a wheel trapped in them. So fixing those kind of things and improving median islands and other stuff along the corridor. This was a really good project and is one of the examples of how we're able to improve things through this rapid response program.
I think I got behind flipping slides for you.
Or I got ahead, one or the other. Let's see, we're on to trends. So to your point, Commissioner Baker, the trends are things that really do stand out as we look at all of the data, and it's a pretty comprehensive look. We've got quite a good team taking a look at that across the state. 51%, as you can see, are in rural and high-speed areas. The guy dashing across multiple lanes, that's difficult for us to engineer around. And so there are other things we need to be looking at in those places. Speed, these are high-speed areas that we could lower the speed on every road in the state, but take you a day and a half to get all the way across the state. That isn't the solution either. But we need to acknowledge that speed is a huge contributing factor in the way that these things come about, and visibility. So 80% of these are happening in the darkness, either on the shoulder of the day or in the middle of the night. That's something that we can do some engineering about, but it depends on the area and depends on the pieces. And 46% of these are on larger facilities, which also makes them a bigger challenge. I would like to say that as we do these solutions, to harken back to a comment from Tova earlier in the day, that maintenance is an enormous piece of this conversation. We can put as much striping out for crosswalks and signs out and other kinds of things, but if we don't maintain them, we we run across all kinds of issues in the conspicuity or effectiveness of the treatments. Think of a lighting system along a roadway, and one of the luminaires goes out. It's akin to walking through your house. You're in a brightly lit room. You transition through a room that's completely dark and then come back out the other side. And it takes you a minute to see things and to be able to focus when you make those transitions. That's true for our drivers, but it happens in an instant. And so those kind of things, being able to maintain the lighting regularly, being able to restripe. Striping is an enormous piece of safety countermeasures that we have, including crosswalks. Presence is one thing, and makes it so that you can see that thing during the day. So see a crosswalk, see a lane stripe. But retroreflectivity is the piece that helps us do that at night. And both of those things wear out as cars transition across these, especially in places where they turn. So every intersection. Really hard to keep that we can put down durable striping that helps improve the longevity of doing those at each time and gives us a better return when we can put them in. But those are expensive, and it's difficult to go out and do that and maintain. So across our system, we go back and restripe over stuff as it starts to wear out with a paint, but the paint lasts about 2 years. But we don't have the ability right now to do durable striping everywhere. And so that trade-off, as we do projects, we plan things around putting in a very durable product that'll carry us for anywhere. Well, if you were to inlay this very special material, you might get 10 years out of the striping, but enormously more expensive than a single layer of paint. So balancing that as we have projects and trying to get enough in a corridor to make it so it makes a difference and still be able to maintain it across multiple years is a big part of this conversation, I believe. We also have an example of a systemic project where we took a look at a corridor, and we're gonna be able to go in there and take a look at, in this one, you can see we've looked at lighting, median islands, which are an enormous improvement for crossing. In fact, you're probably familiar with those flashing RRFBs that are out there for crosswalks. The return on safety for a median island is actually higher than an RRFB. So these are good improvements across this corridor, and we hope to have at least 2 more of these in the works as we move into the next year or 2. 540 check the box on 5 of these really important factors, including, let's see, I think I actually drew arrows so I wouldn't forget which ones. Missing bike lanes, the high traffic volumes, access density. So that's all the driveways and other things that are along the corridor. That makes a huge difference in the way a corridor operates, on how many different connections there are to it. The social equity index, again, was a factor in this location. And we did have data on previous bike and pedestrian crashes along here. So I think it was a very good choice out of the pieces that we had.
So after a year of operating this program, we have a structure to look objectively at every crash involving a vulnerable road user fatality on our system, and whether or not that crash makes news headlines or the reason behind the crash, we're still reviewing it and determining if there's something we can do to prevent future crashes to the director's point before. We are looking at all of these crashes, regardless of what caused them. We found that the crash review team discussions are a great place to share learning across our 5 regions. The crash review teams bring together folks from the five regions and across business lines, and include maintenance folks as well as engineers and designers. So it really is a great venue for learning and sharing information across our division, and is leading to, I think, better designs both in this program and in our projects outside of this program. Initiation of the program also raised some challenges. While we have some more sophisticated risk models, bike and ped crashes are still relatively random and somewhat unpredictable. And so this results in like a lot of a lot of cases where like we need to pivot and like jump in and address things and like drop other work to focus on this program, which I think is a good thing, but also has been something that we just need to something we've needed to work through. Aside from several projects that involved improving visibility through trimming vegetation, which is a factor that comes into play in some cases with folks trying to cross intersections, and also some interstate fencing inspection, we've really struggled to find treatments and outreach activities that will reduce vulnerable user crashes along rural and high-speed highways, which I mentioned before. So we are still looking at that, and we are also talking to folks across the country, seeing what other transportation agencies are doing to address this, because this is coming up nationwide, a rise in fatalities, vulnerable user fatalities on high-speed highways.
Commissioner Baker has a
Tova,
Yes.
this might be an interesting subject to push out to the ACTS and see if we can get some collective wisdom. And, particularly where it seems like there's more vulnerability to high speed in our rural communities. There might be some really great ideas out there, and maybe we could get some help.
That's a great suggestion. That is a great suggestion. We will follow up. Thank you. We're as Mike mentioned before, we are also hearing concern from our maintenance teams who are part of this program about how already stretched thin they are, and how we're relying on, because this is a state funded program, part of our ability to deliver projects quickly is working closely with maintenance and being able to pivot resources towards managing contracts, managing these construction projects through maintenance contracts or with maintenance forces has been a challenge, and something that we are continuing to talk through how we can do this in a way that minimizes the impact to our maintenance teams, and also they continue to flag how difficult it is to maintain these all of these new improvements. We are definitely concerned about how we're going to maintain and preserve the safety features we already have today, and thinking about how to balance new investments with preserving preserving existing features. So those are all considerations. And again, because we have these multidisciplinary teams that are meeting on a regular basis, continues to be a topic, and we continue to work through it. I think that in the meantime, we have funding for this program through 2027, and our aim is to return to the commission to share updates on an annual basis, and to follow through on the questions you've all asked today, and comments that you've made. I think we're happy to take more questions, of course, and we also look forward to more conversations about funding opportunities to expand the program or expand the reach of rapid safety improvements on our system. Thank you all for your time.
Great, thank you. I don't think we have, do you have another comment?
Just a comment. Thank you for taking this so seriously. I mean, it's an underfunded program, and you're really stretched, and you're trying to do some good work, and it's really important, and I really appreciate it a lot.
We appreciate the support.
Yes, thank you very much.
Vice Chair has something too, so.
Well, I just want to echo that. I think this is one of the best things that I've seen since I've been on the commission. It really speaks to the safety issue, and to finding a way, for me, since I've been paying a lot more attention in the last 2 years of this, trying to differentiate those things that we could have done something about engineering wise, and those things that are frankly person stupidity or impairment. I think it would be helpful to know that as we report these statistics, because the way it always comes out is they're all just, a statistic, and we don't differentiate that at all. So thank you.
Okay, with that said, we're a little bit late. I am gonna adjourn us to lunch until 1:20. Gives us 45 minutes. So we promise we will be back on time. Okay. Right. Well, we're 1 minute behind already. I lied. We didn't quite make it. It was all the director's fault.
Can't get rid of me.
Blame it on Travis.
All right, we are back from our lunch break. We are on item K, the Interstate Bridge Replacement Update. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Good to be before you again. My name is Ray Mabey, Assistant Administrator for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. I'm here today to give you a brief update on our schedule with a focus on our environmental phase. I'll turn it over to Assistant Director Brower to talk about our tolling policy and rate setting process. And then he'll turn it back to me to give you a preview of coming attractions. We have a STIP amendment coming before you in July and want to share with you some thoughts around what that looks like so we can get you prepared for questions. And then I'll talk about next steps for the program. So as I mentioned, I was going to talk about schedule. I think most of you have seen this graphic before. Probably the key thing I want to point out here is the environmental phase. We are nearing the end of it. But one thing you'll also note that it is longer than we anticipated. I think I was before the commission, early last year, talking about the additional traffic modeling analysis that the federal partners that were requiring of us that took us a little longer to get the draft out. And then once we got the draft out the last year, we got nearly 10,000 comments. And our federal partners really want to make sure they understand each and every comment and each and every response. And so in doing that, they provided us with an updated schedule to get to the final supplemental environmental impact statement and subsequently the ROD. And so what we have, the schedule they've set for us is that final would be complete by the end of the year with a record of decision early next. That record of decision is really the key pivot point for us to move into delivery, to start acquiring right-of-way, starting utility relocation, final design, as well as moving into construction. That includes the work for pre-completion tolling, and the infrastructure to support that is also hinging upon that record of decision date, which is part and parcel to the discussion Assistant Director Brower will talk about here in a minute. And I think with that, actually, I'll turn it over to Mr. Brower.
Thank you, Ray. Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. And I've been working with the IBR team and with the commission on the various elements related to tolling on the interstate bridge, particularly the toll rate setting process that you are going to be a very important part of, and which you have set up a bi-state toll subcommittee with Commissioner Chapman and Vice Chair Beyer serving on that group. That group, the BTS as we call them, has a meeting next week. They've been on a little bit of a hiatus since last fall. And so they're going to be taking up the next steps in tolling as we really start ramping this effort back up as we anticipate tolling. As Mr. Mabey noted, that the overall project schedule has shifted a bit with the NEPA process. That means that the start of construction will be coming in 2026, and the work around tolling will really be expected to shift out to about the second quarter of 2027 with the assumed start date in that time. We call it pre-completion tolling. You may hear occasionally people call it pre-construction tolling. But the standard in the industry, and especially with the public, is we will not move toward actually tolling the structure to raise revenue until after construction is underway. So this new timeframe for tolling aligns well with the work of getting the project under construction, and also with the significant amount of work that needs to be done to introduce tolling back into the Portland metro region, particularly making sure that we have people able to open accounts and get transponders in their vehicles and all of that. So we have a lot of work to do really in the next 2 years to get tolling off the ground. let me walk you through just a few of the key steps that are going on right now and into the future as we go through this process. So right now, you can see we are in that spring of 2025. We have a stated preference survey that is actually out on the street. It's also called a traveler preference survey that asks people questions about their value of time and their travel patterns, how they travel today, how they would travel if tolls were put on the interstate bridge. That is an input, and just one of many, into the model that our level 3 traffic and revenue consultants are using to determine how many vehicles will cross the bridge based on current travel patterns within the region. They build on the regional model, but then they do this investment grade level 3 traffic and revenue analysis to make sure that they are being very conservative and reasonable in their assumptions about tolling.
Sorry. Yeah. Travis, in that study, will you be looking at conversion as well?
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, that is an element of this. I will tell you, I do not believe they're doing a full analysis that will tell you exactly how many vehicles move over to I-205, for example. But they do need to, ultimately what they're trying to get is how many vehicles will cross the interstate bridge. So there's an element that determines, what they expect the shift in travel patterns may be, either, by time of day, by mode, by route, and, some of the other factors as well.
Great, thank you.
So that work is ongoing right now, and there's a number of elements that are going into that. They'll also be looking at things like the potential of a low-income toll program and what that will do to revenue, the potential of a travel discount. Those are conversations we've had here at this commission and at the Bi-State Toll Subcommittee. We're expecting that we would start getting the results from this level 3 traffic and revenue analysis, starting with the gross toll revenue. That's just the total amount of money that comes in the fall. And then the net toll revenue projections will actually come in January. I think we're off by about a month up there in that. I think we sort of scheduled around the holidays. It'll actually be in January. So over this time, we expect that Bi-State Toll Subcommittee will start working in earnest. They have, again, a meeting next week, and then probably one in July and again in the fall to start working through the processes that are going to be used. This is the first time we've set rates at a bi-state level in a long time. And so we're going to have to make sure that, this follows the law in Washington, the law in Oregon, and that those mesh well together. So we're going to be working through what that will involve. So that means that next spring, we would be at the point of having those, a refined set of toll scenarios that would go out to the public for public input, and then rate setting would take place next summer. Our hope is that we can get that done quickly because it's really important to have that work done so that you can be out there communicating to the public about what the tolls are going to be and also getting people to adopt, opening their accounts, getting transponders in their vehicles. All those things, we need people to be ready to pay tolls on the bridge. All right, so just as a reminder, the two commissions jointly approved 4 toll scenarios. These came out of the work that the Bi-State Toll Subcommittee did, and these are the ones that are going through that process with our level 3 traffic and revenue consultant. There are a lot of different factors in this, from what the rates are by hour to what they are pre-completion, post-completion, what days of the week, truck toll multipliers, and toll escalation, as well as a low-income toll program. You'll note on there that all of these assume the likelihood of a low-income toll program. The question is when. So as tolling gets shifted out a year, you'll notice that all of these numbers, each of the scenario in the upper left, it says $2026. So right now, one of the first things that the Bi-State Toll Subcommittee is going to be dealing with is, with tolls shifted out from 26 to 27 opening day, what does that mean for the initial rates? And I'll put on screen just a couple of illustrative options. I think there's likely to be another option that we bring before the Bi-State Toll Subcommittee next week. But assuming that tolling starts in spring of 2027, there are at least 2 options. One would be to begin tolling with the first escalation step built into the initial rates. Because it's $26, you would just inflate that up by the consumer price index and start with a slightly higher rate in 2027. Option B would be to shift initial toll rates out with the start of tolling and just keep that same rate. That does result in approximately 2% less gross revenue than option A. And so that will be, a consideration as we look to balance revenue versus, some of that consistency. My understanding is they're also looking at option C that would perhaps sort of be a hybrid and address that loss of revenue. So those are what we'll be bringing to the Bi-State Toll Subcommittee next week. The point of this today is not for you to make a decision, but really if there's any input that you have for your Bi-State Toll Subcommittee members, you can provide that today. And then the plan will be that the Bi-State Toll Subcommittee will take this up next week and make a decision at their next meeting or in the future. And then that would come back to the two transportation commissions, because you ultimately approved the original piece. In talking to Commissioner Byer, I think we'll probably just have that as a consent calendar item at the July meeting, as we hope that there is consensus coming out. But obviously, that is really up to the commission to ultimately decide how that is taken up. With that, I will pause.
Questions or comments? No? Don't pause.
All right.
All right, then he's going to hand it back to me. As I mentioned earlier, the program is advancing through the environmental review process and beginning to actually start to look at transitioning to delivery. That means that, as I mentioned before, final design, right-of-way acquisition, utility relocation, and construction. And during the upcoming biennium, we're going to be starting the first of over 24 construction packages that we see comprised of program at this time. So we are structurally within the team organizing around project teams to get ready for this. And we see the need, and which is why I'm here today, to help tee up a discussion around programming funding for those initial packages. I don't think the commission has seen this diagram. This is a diagram of the program, and the colors denote the construction packages that we've broken them up into and their geographic limits. In the table, there's additional packages listed. Those are transit packages that are either station construction or vehicle acquisition. But there's that rounds out the total 28 that we have at the moment. We're continuing to look for opportunities to refine and improve those, but that's what we have today. The kernel of this whole program is the Columbia River Bridge itself and the replacement of that. All modes cross that bridge, whether you're walking, biking, rolling on a truck or on a bus or on a light rail vehicle. And so that's really where the program starts. With the major construction starting there. There may be one or two enabling contracts that allow for staging and getting ready for traffic staging, but that's really where the construction begins. And that package is the blue one in the middle. I think it's blue. I'm colorblind. It's really hard to see the riverbanks on the screen, but that really goes from bank to bank and is built off the alignment just downriver from the existing bridges. And that allows for a marine contractor to come in and really focus on that bridge. And it would be followed by an approach contract on either side of the bridge. That would include much of the SR-14 interchange and a temporary landing on Hayden Island that is kind of obscured by the other permanent works right there. But that would be following about 1.5 years. We're in the process of continuing to refine this and schedule these the sequence of packages that we have past that point. And we're going to be sharing that with industry this summer and seeking their feedback as we continually to find best ways to refine and improve this as we move forward. Now, you heard this morning that the construction of this program could take up to or more than 15 years. And that's right. There's good reason for that. It would take a lot less if we could actually close the interstate and build the whole program. But I think when I asked the director if we could do that, he said no. And he's right. So we need to maintain three through lanes of traffic in each direction during construction to keep the goods and services and people moving through this corridor. And that means you have to break them up into packages that are constructible, that are biddable, that can maintain competition, that manage interfaces in a way that minimizes our risk, and quite frankly, meets some reasonable level of cash flow to build a program. And so we're always looking for ways to shorten this. And that's why we want to get this out to industry to get that input, because we know the longer the program goes, the longer we have exposure to inflation. I think you've all seen this chart before of our program proposed funding sources. Because of the transition to our construction soon, we need to program additional funding and phases for both the Oregon and Washington STIPs. This is a bi-state program, and we need to be able to program and have those STIPs mirror each other as best we can as we walk down the delivery of this program. So coming to you in July, we'll be bringing a request for a STIP amendment to add dollars for preliminary engineering and establish a right-of-way phase and fund it, a utility relocation phase and fund it, as well as construction for both the pre-completion tolling work that Mr. Brower mentioned earlier, as well as the Columbia River Bridge replacement package. Now, as a refresher, the estimate you see on the screen there was established in our 2023 financial plan. And it estimated the program cost range between $5 and $7.5 billion. Now, due to the various constraints regarding the STIP amendment processes that we have, whether through the MTIP and then through the STIP and then our TIP on the Washington side, we need to process these amendments before we have an updated estimate, which is coming this summer and fall. We are, as we've shared, we are conducting that updated estimate and financial plan once we are locking down with more certainty the project that's going to be the preferred alternative coming out through the NEPA phase. And that timing aligns with that finalizing of the supplemental environmental impact statement. Then now that means that we'll likely be back sometime next year to true up with either the new estimate or the construction cost of the package that's left. So what that means, I'll just be back. So not to bury the lead, it's a large STIP request, probably the largest the agency's seen, $1.9 billion. And that is not lost on me, the size and the meaning of that. That STIP request and that amount does reflect the contributions of both states, not just Oregon. So it's Oregon and Washington funds. And I'll be sharing some details of those funds as we go through this. But as we look at the preliminary engineering phase, we're just over $430 million to continue design and fund the program management, as well as funds for WashDOT as they are covering they are holding the agreements with our general engineering consultant and most, if not all, of our IGAs with partners. So we're going to need to help them out as they've covered those costs. Then we have a right-of-way phase that we're funding that to the tune of just over $230 million, utility relocation of 10, another phase, and the other phase is really around pre-procurement of materials, sign bridges and tolling equipment has long lead time, and we really need to break that out and get those purchased in order to hit the dates that Mr. Brower mentioned. And then construction for both the pre-completion tolling and the Columbia River bridges. So this table breaks down the amounts by funding source and by phase. And you can see that we're programming much, if not all, of the funding sources that we have to date, with the exception of the capital improvement grant, which we're still in process for. As a reminder, we did sign and execute the grants for the FHWA BIP grant and the USDOT mega grant earlier this year. We'll be looking to program those or get those from the federal agencies as soon as you have a record of decision. We can program them here now in advance of that timeframe. Now, one thing you note there is that and this is what most people have seen as we've looked at these slides, well, it looks like there's an imbalance between the two states. And didn't we say we're going to share costs? And yes, we are. But there is a specific need to program costs in a way that we fund certain activities that need to use certain state funds. For example, we're not going to use Washington state dollars to buy right-of-way in Oregon and vice versa. And each state has to provide match for their specific grants. ODOT holds the Bridge Investment Program grant, and WashDOT holds the US DOT mega grant. So that just explains some of the differences. But at the end of the day, we have a bi-state IGA that talks about our cost sharing agreement, and we are sharing costs equally through the development, and then sharing costs equally on most of the program elements. The projects that are further out from the core will be funded specifically by each agency, and that will be documented in the future agreement we're working on now. But I'm going to dip a little bit quickly on some of the differences and why, so you understand them. So first, and it's really hard to see with that screen up there, but if we look at the preliminary engineering, one of the big differences there is that $90 million reimbursement. And the Oregon side also includes some of those smaller projects I mentioned that lead up to the Main River Crossing Bridge project, what we call our Hayden Island A and Marine Drive A projects. If we move to right-of-way, these are really based on the right-of-way needs in each state. And for these particular projects we're talking about, the right-of-way need is greater in Oregon. And again, these through this cost sharing agreement, we actually cross bill each other to make sure that we are leveling out the expenditure. So that happens behind the scenes. And then if you look at construction, we're actually leveled up there with, we just broke out that $2.5 million other phase to do that pre-procurement that WashDOT needs to do for the pre-completion tolling equipment. And so, yeah, and I think, let's see. Oh, I think I broke it. There we go. And I'm happy to go back to that slide. But so that is the STIP amendment that is coming to you, and I'll be providing more detail in July, but we want to make sure you had a glimpse of what was to come. And as we continue down this process this summer, we'll be working through the TIP and STIP and MTIP process. And I believe next month we start working with the Metros process, and they have a process that involves briefing them once and then coming back for a decision. So it's a couple of loops and takes some time. But we'll be doing that concurrently with this process as well as the RTIP in Washington. And as I mentioned, later this year, we'll be updating our cost estimate and financial plan, publishing that final supplemental environmental impact statement, and followed by that record of decision, which is really when we can start marching down the field and building this project. Critically important is to start building. The longer you delay, the longer costs go up. And we're really focused on getting in the ground. And with that, I'll open up for questions.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Given,
Yeah, you're on.
Given the uncertainty with federal funding now, have you any sense of how committed and solid those funds are?
That's a great question, Chair Brown, Commissioner Byer, Vice Chair Byer. Yeah, with our current grants we have, the Bridge Investment Program grant and the US DOT mega grant, we do have those signed and executed. They were, and some of the criteria that they were established on were based on different policy positions that the current administration has. We've seen that. We haven't seen any movement to engage us on those yet, but we have open channels with them. But we have heard from the administration is a desire to get this project built and moving forward. And so we see that as a strong sign of support. And with the focus of safety being keen on the mind of this administration, this project is focused on safety, not only for everyday traffic, but safety in regards to a major earthquake. So we feel as good as we can be around those funds. We are in the pipeline for the FTA Capital Improvement Grant, and we'll be asking for an extension in the project development phase, which really only ends when you go through you get a record of decision. And we had it scheduled to end this August, and it needs to be extended to the time we get the record decision. So we'll be asking for that. And that'll be an indicator. We'll hear back from the FTA on where they are with the capital investment program. And we continue to engage with the FTA through that, and they are good partners helping us through this process and support the program.
Does the project funding include decommissioning the old bridge?
Yes, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer. Yes, the program fundings includes the demo of the existing bridge. That is one key thing we want to make sure we address fairly quickly after building the bridge and then approaches and connecting that, because the piers don't line up, and we want to make sure that we remove any impediments to river navigation.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Additional questions?
So we've learned a lot about risk-based cost estimate methodology recently with the Rose Quarter project. Is that the methodology we're going to be using for this upcoming cost estimate for this project?
Yes, Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang. Yes, we will be using a risk-based estimate process. We have adopted the cost estimate validation process that WashDOT developed. So it is a risk-based estimate that uses much of the same elements I believe the Rose Quarter has done with the Federal Highway Administration, and establishes a base cost estimate that is stripped of any risk, and then creates a risk register that adds in probability and impact, and then gets analyzed through Monte Carlo analysis to give you a risk range estimate, and is also escalated to years of construction, because much like Rose Quarter, IBR is a long construction period, and those inputs are really critical as you move forward in understanding the right choice of interest rates.
So follow-on question. The numbers we're working with right now, our best estimates right now, how does the methodology to produce those estimates, or that we use to produce those estimates, contrast with what we'll be doing next? I guess I'm just I'm trying to get a sense of how how much different the numbers might end up being.
Yeah, fair question. Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang, we'll be using the same methodology. We did use that CVIP process before. Okay. We'll use it again. But again, the inputs matter. We know more now about what inflation has done and where it's been, as opposed to what our projections were at that time.
Yeah.
So that will help inform. I think we understand also the base cost of materials and equipment and labor now too. So we'll be using that new information. And so that'll all help inform the estimate. But the process is the same. The inputs will be updated.
Okay. So similar methodology, just more updated inputs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's good to know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Baker?
Thanks, Chair. Couple of questions. And again, we're gonna get to July and be asked to make a decision. And it sounds like we're going to be making a decision without a great deal of clarity relative to where the project is going to end up. But I think the more clarity that we have in terms of the variables, so that we can make an informed decision, it would be very helpful. So if and again, I suspect that you're probably going to be making the decisions relative to your inputs as close to the timing of getting your next budget as you can. But I think it would be helpful to know about your assumptions relative to inflation be helpful for me to know what the cost of delay is, especially since we're going to be building out in the Columbia. And what does it mean if we miss a season or two, to get a sense for what delays can cost us. And we do have a question about funding delays and a lot of things that are going on. So as much information as you can provide, that would be great. I'm curious about design, and at what point are we done designing? Have we stopped taking input and we're going to say this is what we're going to build? Are we getting close to that?
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, lots of questions there. Maybe I'll address the inflation point first.
Yeah, I've got a few more too. So
we'll great. Well, excellent. Sounds good. On the inflation side, we are looking at producing and actually updating, because we produced one, updating our project-specific inflation forecast for different portions of the inputs, as well as, this will be inflation factors forecast over the life of the program. And if we look back at the previous estimate, we used inflation forecast that we believe was good at the time. And as we look back at it, we'll be trying to true that up. The key on this inflation forecast is not only gives you the forecast over the years, but also kind of a high or low range that you can factor into the risk-based estimate to help develop that range to account for the potential spread in those being higher than lower than we predicted. So we're trying to put some more intelligence in that estimate. And we can, as we develop those results, happy to bring those back to the commission.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea to give us a range of inflation assumptions, because we don't know. We're not in control of that. It's going to happen. So, yeah, that's great. Design?
Well, I'm
sorry.
Touch on delay quick. You mentioned that one.
Yeah.
So on the previous estimate, our delay for the program for a year, a program this size is estimated at about $300 million a year. So it's not cheap. $1 million a day. 300 million, $1 million a day. So it is a significant cost, which is why getting in the ground and getting started is so key, and avoiding the cost of delay. And when we started this program, 4 or 5 years ago again, 6, thank you. Time flies. And we had our first estimate, and people were shocked. I wasn't fond of saying this, but it was fact that that's what happens when you delay a mega project 10 years. The cost doubles. Mm-hmm. And we don't want to see that again. We want to get in the ground. And then design. Will we be done designing? If you think of this program, and I'm thinking that you're probably talking about the bridge, but if you think about the program in total, we're not designing everything 100% now, because a lot of those projects are staged out over that 15 years. And we'll be designing as those approach, and making sure that we've are accounting for either design criteria, things that change. So we want to make sure that we've got accurate designs at the time. So we'll continue to do PE, preliminary engineering, throughout the program until that last job gets let. However, for the Main River Crossing, we do have a 30% design level that is ready to go into a design build contract. And you don't want to go much past that when you have a design builder, because you want to make sure that you leave room for their innovation to really bring their means and methods and skills to the table. And so that's where we are at the moment. As we look at that, we're also looking at the industry and who are our potential proposers for that design build contract. That's the delivery method that we were really leaning on. But as we've done that research, we see that we really have only one team that's proposed. And for a design build contract of this size and complexity, that doesn't bode well to getting a good price, or a price that we were willing to work with. So we are working internally between both states to look at the other delivery options, likely collaborative delivery options like progressive design build or CMDC. And even that word, early word has gotten out to industry that we're reconsidering that, and teams are starting to form. And what word on the street is we have up to 3 or 4 different teams starting to form now, which is exactly what we need. We need that competition to drive price down and bring innovation.
Great. Well, you were reading my mind on the competition question, so thanks. And as we know, that's going to be critical in the cost of this. The last question I had was you were talking about keeping the bridge open and the costs that were associated with that. And sometimes we see comparisons, and we heard one this morning. Building a tunnel for the cost associated with that. And if you're going to build a tunnel, or you're going to build a bridge, or you're going to build another alternative to what we're talking about here, whether you're building it without any traffic running through it, or whether you're building it with traffic running through it, is a significant difference in terms of the cost. And I'd be really curious if we put pencil to paper to say the cost of this project is X because we're going to keep traffic flowing. And if we didn't have traffic flowing, it would be considerably less. So there's a price that's associated with the delivery of the solution over the course of the next 15 years. And that solution means traffic needs to keep going, and there's a cost for that. So I'd be really curious to what that would be. Not the highest priority on your list, but I think it would be good for us to know.
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, that's a good question for a project of this size and of 5 miles of interstate and 7 interchanges that are serving 2 ports. The cost of not moving traffic through is probably outweighs the cost of allowing it. But no, that's a good question. We'll be thinking about that.
It's a big factor in the approach that you're taking. So it'd be worthy of doing a little exercise to it to try to get it.
No, thank you for that.
Yeah. Not that you need more to do.
Commissioner Chapman?
There's a little flip, but also the cost of letting the bridge collapse if there's an earthquake and then dealing with that catastrophe.
Yes.
I think for myself, the one thing, and I know this is further down the line, but the FTA new starts for the transit piece of that, or the light rail piece of that, who provides the match for that? Does anybody, is there a commitment from TriMet, or is it going to be taken out of the tolling? I mean, where is the match for that? And the reason I'm asking this is, as we're putting together this transportation package, and I'm thinking about the future and being able to use money. I mean, that's one of the arguments that might be worth part of this argument, is that they're going to set aside money for their match.
Yeah, Chair Brown, I'll take a stab at that, and Mr. Brower can correct me. The states need to provide the match. We are the 2 funding partners in this program. And it needs to come out of the commitments that we've had from both legislatures. We're not coming back for more money. So that match is included in that. But the matches, at least for the FTA, dollars also includes some of the monies we've spent on the preliminary engineering that can count towards the match. And in some cases, we can actually use other non-CIG dollars like the mega grant as well. So we're looking at ways to make sure that we've minimized the hit to the state dollars on the match front for the CIG.
Yeah, Chair Brown, to Ray's point, we do not anticipate coming back for any additional funding to meet that match requirement. The mega grant can cover some of the non-new start share or the non-CIG share, because you can cover part of that with federal funds. And then there's some unique treatment in law with some language that we got from Senator Murray years ago that clarifies how multimodal mega projects should be treated under the Capital Investment Grant Program. That ensures that the fact that light rail essentially will have a cheaper route across the river, because it's going to be sharing some of the structure with the bridge. While highway money will not be spent on the light rail, the marginal cost of the light rail is less. And so some of that essentially gets credited as match. It's more complicated than that, but that's the gist.
Great, thank you. Other questions or comments?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Way to leave the really heavy topics for last, didn't we?
Oh, boy.
So now we're going to move on to L, which is the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project Update and Project Cost Estimate and Pathways to Construction. It's all good news, right?
Good
You can laugh.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer and Commissioners. My name is Tiffany Penson. I am the Urban Mobility Office Director. Thank you today for the opportunity to provide an update. We will be revisiting the 2023 cost estimate and providing an update on the 2025 cost estimate. We will discuss the Federal Highway Administration's cost estimate process. And we will also talk about potential project refinement and containment. We'll lay out how we're going to hold ourselves accountable to manage the cost, and also the 2025 construction start date. The I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project will improve safety and reduce congestion. It'll also address the state's highest interstate crash site and address the 27th worst bottleneck in the country. The project will also provide the following: improvements to the auxiliary lanes and ramp connections, connect streets, communities, and development spaces with the highway cover, create a new Hancock roadway crossing, and improve local street improvements, and create a new pedestrian and bike bridge. As the UMO director, I am aware of the challenges on delivering this project, and I've begun taking the foundational steps to initiate team organizational redesign to deliver the project and future major transportation projects. I've started mapping our current skill sets to identify our team's strengths and gaps with the goal of building capacity. I also am focused on providing clear direction, managing our consultants, and effectively using their expertise to ensure we are working as a team. I am placing emphasis on project delivery, reducing and managing costs, and maintaining proactive communication with everyone, the electeds, yourself, our community partners. I clearly recognize that operating as the status quo is not sufficient to deliver this unique project with such an impactful and expansive scope of work. I am committed to working to enhance UMO and creating a team that will drive meaningful changes of how we deliver projects. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to our consultant, Ed Rock, who's on screen, that is going to go through the cost estimates.
Thank you. My name is Ed Rock. I'm the risk manager on the owner's rep team. I've spent half of my career working as an owner, and the last half of my career primarily representing owners in an owner rep role. So I have a unique perspective as both a consultant and an owner. In June of 2023, the project team provided the estimated cost for the project, which ranged from, as you can see, 1.5 to 1.9 billion, which reflected the scope of work that is covered in the current environmental document. That cost estimate was based on best information and assumptions that were available to the project team at the time. Next slide. Recently, the cost estimate was updated as part of FHWA's Cost and Schedule Risk Assessment Process, or CSRA, which was completed in April. I will explain a little bit about the CSRA process in just a moment. CSRA is required for all federally funded major projects over 500 million, in addition to a financial plan and a project management plan. The CSRA is required to inform FHWA of the expected project cost, which then feeds into the financial plan. So this is a requirement for all major projects. Let me talk a little bit about the CSRA process. If we can advance, thank you. The CSRA process uses a probabilistic model that analyzes how various elements of uncertainty may affect the project's cost and also the project schedule, such as risk, project phasing, uncertainty in market pricing and inflation rates, which has obviously been a big issue that we've had. Everybody has had to contend with since COVID. The CSRA process is a more sophisticated approach to modeling contingency, as opposed to just applying a flat contingency rate, which is common for most transportation projects. And it can do a much better job at estimating contingency for complicated multi-phase project, which is why FHWA requires it for major projects. The CSRA generates a range of the project's cost and schedule. FHWA uses a P70, what we call a P70. You'll hear us talk about this as we go through our presentation today, which represents the 70th percentile, which corresponds to communicating there's a 70% probability that the project can be completed at that cost or less, based on the inputs that go into the risk-based model. Okay, next. The CSRA process is led by FHWA. They do the modeling, but with input from ODOT as well as the owner's rep project team and other subject matter experts. The Rose Quarter CSRA aligned with the final design of the phase 1A design, as well as the 30% design for the main package. It's required to do a CSRA before any portion of the project can move into construction. Which had something to do with the timing of the CSRA project and the process and the phase 1. So let's talk about the results. The results of the CSRA forecast that the project will cost between 1.9 billion and 2.08 billion, as you see on the screen there, which represents the P50 to P90 range, with the FHWA P70 range coming in the middle at right around $2 billion. The model also forecasts a corresponding project completion date, which you can also see on the slides, on the slide here in front of you. So we realize that this estimate is higher than what the project team provided in 2023. I'm going to explain some of the major reasons why the CSRA estimate is higher than the 2023 estimate. And then Megan will talk about our plan to get that cost back down. So the first contributing factor is estimating methodology. Primarily the fact that the 2023 estimate used a static contingency range that does not specifically take into account risk, including the risk of uncertainty ranges in market pricing and escalation. Whereas the CSRA estimating methodology does take all that into account, looks at different probabilities of things occurring, and factors that in with by doing many iterations on the risks. Second is the inflation rate. The 2023 estimate used an inflation rate of 3% to 3.5%. It was thought in 2023 that inflation rates would stabilize, and they are stabilizing versus what we saw immediately after COVID. But we are still seeing higher than average construction escalation trends for a variety of reasons. So for the CSRA model, we did increase the inflation rate to 4%. To be conservative. Now, that may not sound like much, okay, but I mean, we talked in the previous presentation, all alluded to this, on a $2 billion project. That adds up fast. At a 4% escalation rate, every day that the project is delayed corresponds to $200,000. So $200,000 for every day that the project moves forward in time. Time really is kind of the enemy of cost for these large projects. So the increase from 3% to 4% in and of itself resulted in about a $50 million increase in the anticipated project cost. Subcontract pricing was also a major element in explaining why the cost increased. In 2023, subcontractor pricing was based on what our CMGC contractor and our construction estimators on our team were observing in the market at the time. That pricing was updated in 2025 based on what's being observed in today's regional market, including some actual subcontractor pricing that came in from the early work package. And those market prices are higher than originally assumed. I believe that the CSRA model is now better forecasting the potential range for the market pricing. And fourth, the schedule and the phasing. And this is really important to understand because it does have a big impact on the cost. The phasing for the 2025 estimate was considerably different than what was assumed in 2023. In particular, a significant portion of the highway cover was moved into the future because it was unfunded. It also required the project team to make some assumptions about when those unfunded portions of the project might be built. All of this extended the project schedule by 1 year. More importantly, it moved a significant portion of the work into the future. And like I said, with compounding interest at 4% each year, it does add up. This change in phasing on how and when the various phases of the project would be built alone is responsible for about $70 to $80 million increase in the CSRA estimate versus the 2023 estimate. And then finally, the 2025 estimate does reflect some incremental cost growth that resulted from advancing the design of both Phase 1A as well as the rest of the work.
So with that, I'll discuss what we're doing from here. And for the record, I'm Megan Channel, the Rose Quarter Project Director. So we understand that with this increased cost really comes a responsibility of the project team and our mobility office to design to budget and manage cost. This includes identifying opportunities to bring the cost closer to what we reported back in 2023 to the upper end of that range, 1.7 billion to 1.9 billion. The project team has taken a first step to identify scope refinements and schedule adjustments to reduce the project cost. I want to clarify that when I use the term scope refinement, what I mean by that. So we know that the scope elements are exactly the ones that Tiffany outlined up front: the auxiliary lanes and shoulders, the highway cover, the southbound ramp relocation, the bike ped bridge, the multimodal local street improvements. And we remain committed to delivering those elements. With refinements, we're looking at how can we be smarter and optimizing those scope elements. So any scope element or any scope refinement rather that we're considering still needs to meet the project's purpose and need of improving safety and operations on I-5, between Interstate 84 and 405. Maintain our partner and community commitments relative to reconnecting the community, and also be consistent with our federal approvals. So those are our sideboards as we move forward. As a first step, we have identified refinement options and some schedule adjustments that, if implemented, could bring the estimate range down to 1.84 to 1.96 billion. And I'm continuing to use the range at the lower end of P50 to the higher end of P90 there. So as a note, the schedule assumption in this lowered cost removes what Ed identified as that funding uncertainty risk, which pushed out project completion by 1 year. So said another way, if full project funding is dedicated in 2025, we would be able to save about $70 to $80 million in escalation alone, moving the project schedule back up 1 year with completion in 2033. The initial scope refinements considered in this scenario as well to bring down cost, include adjustments to the I-5 northbound auxiliary lane, specifically between Interstate 84 and Weidler. I do want to note that the refinements that we're considering in this section still need to be evaluated, still need to be analyzed in more detail, and with a particular focus on safety and operations, and done together in partnership with our ODOT region and statewide technical experts, and also with our federal partners at the Federal Highway Administration before they're deemed appropriate for implementation. So we understand that while we've done a first step to identify some scope refinements, that this is still not enough. And so we're actively working to explore some additional opportunities to continue to bring that cost down. And so we'll be identifying those for you between now and October, again, with the goal of reducing the project cost down to the upper end of the 2023 range at that 1.7 to 1.9 billion range. The Urban Mobility Office and project team also are implementing cost controls for cost management and enhanced accountability going forward. So recognizing that a risk-based estimating process would have been beneficial earlier in our estimating process, we are committing to utilizing a risk-based estimate going forward, really to better tie our estimates to those project and site-specific risks instead of applying an industry standard of contingency. We're also have an expanded use of independent estimators, risk workshops, risk-based modeling at design milestones, and closer integration with market data and market conditions, shoulder to shoulder with our CMGC contractor. We also commit to improving our communication. We own that we could have better communicated over the past 2 years, and of the inputs of the prior cost estimate, the trend that we were seeing of the cost kind of coming towards the high end of that range. And so while we did report, to the commission in December 2024, as part of the Urban Mobility Strategy Finance Plan update, that we'd be doing an updated cost estimate in coordination with Federal Highway Administration, we could have communicated that more clearly. So moving forward, project team will do regular reports on cost, scope, risk, and schedule to ODOT leadership and the commission. We also have some federal accountability components and federal requirements to update the project's finance plan each year, which will be coupled with an update to the cost schedule risk assessment. So adding an additional layer of accountability. With all of this work and completing the federal major project requirements, this does move us one step closer to beginning project construction this summer with phase 1A, which includes the stormwater and bridge preservation work. And as you've heard in our presentation and in the Interstate Bridge presentation before, time is money. So beginning construction this summer really puts secured funding to work and reduces the impact of inflation. With this, we're also able to put our community to work. Getting that community work is a key component of this project, including maximizing participation from disadvantaged business enterprise, subcontractors, and building capacity not only for future phases of Rose Quarter, but future projects in our region. So I just want to say we, the team, and myself continue to appreciate your leadership in getting us to a point where groundbreaking is in sight. And we are now available to answer any questions that you may have. And I will note that our owner's representative project manager, Mike Baker, is also available and be joining us for questions and answers. Thank you.
So I see Commissioner Chapman. We'll start at that end and we'll move on down.
Thank you, Megan and Tiffany and Ed and Mike for clarifying the variance between the ODOT estimate and the federal estimate. And I just want to be really clear because we're going to get this question, even though we just talked about it. The difference is not because of a change in scope. It's not because we redesigned the cap. It's not because of the bike ped bridge. It's not because of the aux lane width. It's because of the estimating methodology and the cost of delaying the project and inflation, right? Okay. It does not include contingency for tariffs, right?
Correct.
Okay. This is my concern is even if we can value engineer, we cannot change the scope of the project, but figure out ways that we can cut costs, we're still looking at $2 billion. And we've seen this, right? And the Trump-Pence administration raised tariffs on Chinese steel 25% in 2016. And even though this is a federal highway project and I expect it to be Buy America compliant,
when Chinese steel goes up 25%, American steel goes up 24.9% because the mills can get away with it. And that's exactly what happened in 2016. So if we're estimating approximately half of our subcontractor costs being materials for concrete and steel, and that's going up 25%, this is a $2.5 billion project now. So we need to go to the legislature and say, if we're going to fund this because you've made this a priority, we've committed to our partners, we're starting construction, they're hiring people, they're turning down other work. We need to have a plan to fund a $2.5 billion project, which means you tell us, right? And I just want to be really blunt about that so we can be realistic, because we keep having these optimistic estimates and then we're delaying the actual project, which is only making it go up more. It's not, I'm not asking you for feedback. I'm putting
We're
that
just
in the
making
ether.
Thank you for that
Yeah.
comment. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question about when we're starting the project. I'll put it a different way. I guess I have a concern. Let's not get started until we make sure that the legislature acts in the next 30 days. Is that a line? I mean, if they don't act on a revenue package, I don't know where we get the money. Okay.
Yeah, so Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, I can answer that question. So we have strategically set up an initial phase of the work that is leveraging a portion of the $250 million provided by the Commission House Bill 2017 funds that has what we call independent utility. So it functions in and of itself and logical termini, again, serving in that it functions in and of itself. Phase 1A includes stormwater improvements and bridge preservation work. The stormwater improvements are needed for Rose Quarter, but they're also needed for ODOT Region 1's agreement with Department of Environmental Quality to meet the Portland Harbor agreements. So we know that we need those stormwater improvements no matter what. And then the bridge preservation components on the I-5 main line definitely needed to support the Rose Quarter project, but also needed just for the maintenance and life cycle of our I-5 system. So that was kind of a strategic point of identifying those two components to be able to initiate the project, get our dollars to work, reduce the impact of inflation, but focus on elements of work that we know are needed and support the project, but do have a standalone item. We do.
Yeah.
I might add, if I can, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. So you approved us moving forward to really start to get the work going. One of the things about projects of this size, both because of the size of the project, but also because of the proximity, you don't want multiple contractors working on the same thing unless they're in control of that coordination effort. And so you at times get things like bridge preservation work, for example, that we would be doing in the normal course of business, but that are added to the project for the convenience of that project. And that's really what we're talking about here. So this work is necessary either way. You've already approved it going forward, and it's work that we can go forward, not connected to legislative action. I want to be super clear, though, that any future phases of the Rose Quarter project are dependent upon legislative action.
Mr. Baker?
Thank you. I shuddered when Ed, sorry, when you talked about inflation being 4%. Because as Commissioner Chapman mentioned, we've got a new big variable, which are the tariffs. And I don't believe 4% is conservative. I think 4% personally is way low, and that we're just asking for more agony as we go forward if we don't take tariffs into consideration and get this done right. This project is so important on so many levels. We can't have this project fail. And when you go through this list of, our estimation methodology, as an example, where we used industry standards, I'm not sure we used industry best practices. When we put those estimates together, they were so concerning that you added a 30 to 40% contingency to them because they were that rough. That's the nature of it. Now we're changing our methodology to go to a risk-based methodology. We realized that we made a mistake. but this is on the Urban Mobility Office. This is on our owner reps to get us to that point. And when I look at this, I thought, my first commission meeting, this was the discussion, and we had a range. It was 1.5 billion to 1.9 billion. And I look at this increase as an increase off the 1.5 to get us where we are, because theoretically, and again, take out the tariffs, as a wild card that happened. We had a 25% contingency built in to get to the high point. Now, all of that being said, and all the heartburn that I've got over this, and maybe some of it is also a reaction to what happened at Abernathy, and the lack of being able to get our arms around the cost of that project. The thing that really concerns me about this more than anything else, because I think we can figure a way through the cost piece, this has to be a well-run project. And Megan, when you talk about not communicating well with the leadership of ODOT, when you knew things were going up, we were making big decisions up here based on information that we had, and we had bad information and you had better information. The comment, Tiffany, that I won't use the proper words, but you were out of sync with the owner's rep in terms of responsibilities of the rep and the guidance that we should be getting, really bothers me. If the Urban Mobility Office and our owner's rep is not like this, in sync, working together, this project could fail over communication and lack of understanding. So, Director Strickler, I think you own this. I mean, this communication piece, I think, is really what threatens it. We'll figure out the money piece of it, I think. I think we're going to get more clarity, but I worry about this communication, and I worry about a repeat of projects that have not gone well in the Urban Mobility Office. So, sorry to be so blunt and stern, but it's my view.
Mr. Chang?
I guess my one other question, earlier in the day, Commissioner Chapman was talking about projects being at a certain point in terms of environmental review, and not being able to mess with that without having to go back and redo your environmental review. And so I know that one of the ways we're going to try to bring this back in line with original estimates is to tinker with the scope a little bit. So I'm curious whether those two things are at odds with each other, whether we're talking about scope modifications so big that we might have to reopen the environmental review.
Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang, I can take that question. And what you identify is a delicate dance that we have to do. And so one of the sideboards that we have up is to ensure, again, that we're consistent with that federal approval that we received from Federal Highway Administration on the revised supplemental environmental assessment, and then the finding of no significant impact. It is not atypical for a project kind of as it advances past environmental review completion up to construction to have refinements made. So there is a process with the Federal Highway Administration. It's called reevaluation process, where you're just in constant communication and coordination with federal highways to say, all right, we are making an adjustment here, we are making a refinement here, and we do the due diligence of demonstrating, does that refinement have the same sort of scope and magnitude of impacts as evaluated in the approved environmental document? And so there are many of those that we are initially considering. The answer would be yes. And so again, we need to be looking at those refinements that the answer to which is yes in that process.
Yeah, it's my turn. I'm going to bring us around just a little bit. So the commissioners have kind of given you an indication of where our heads are. One of the things that we've been accused of in the past is that we rubber stamp things, that we don't look at it, that we're not doing our due diligence as a commission. on these projects. And the only way this is going to be a win-win for all of us is if we are communicating. So I can say as chair, if we need more time on the agenda to go over these projects, we will. If we need to have meetings in between or every other month, we will. Because Oregonians are depending on us to get these mega projects off the ground. And it's not just this one, the I-5 bridge is another one, Abernathy's another one. If we have to dedicate more time to this, I believe that all of us are dedicated enough that we will do that. Because the last thing we want is for any of this to fail. So you kind of got it handed to you. It's okay, pull up your boots. I won't even go into the other details of what to pull up. We will get this taken care of. Director, I think, you know, it's really clear that all of us want this to be successful, but it means that all of us are committed to really working hard on this. And we shouldn't be afraid when things get out of whack, to be honest about it. Because I think at this point, it's a free for all when it comes to projects, when it comes to anything we're doing, it doesn't matter that things are escalating out of control to the point where it's really hard to handle any of it. I don't care if it's bus service, if it's a bridge, if it's a roadway, preservation. It's so unknown and none of us have a crystal ball. So at this point, I don't want staff to get so defeated in this that they feel like they can't be honest, that they can't come forward and say to us, we need help, this is bad. And on the other hand, on the other side of this is when I sit here listening to something, and how are we going to tell this to the Joint Transportation Committee? How are we going to make sure that legislators understand what we're up against? So as they're considering this package, how do we make sure that it's funded properly? And it's just not a little Band-Aid, that we have addressed this is what it is, and this is the truth. We have a credibility problem right now. But I think that there's a commitment from all of us to get us out of that situation to where we are credible. And so I think we're going to have to make that. And I'm not sure, Director, how we do that. I will leave it up to you and to Vice Chair and I talk to you about how we get in front of the Joint Transportation Committee and talk about this, because it's public now. And we have to own it. So I don't want to hear any more. I own this. We own it. We own it. Yeah. It's done. So now we just move forward. Comments from you, Director?
Well, clearly, Madam Chair, a lot going through my mind, but I would say probably the most important thing, and I'll double down on what we heard from all of you, but the comment from Commissioner Baker, we have to be able to communicate the things that are going on in projects like this. When you deliver big programs have a way of creating their own environment. And so you have to have the conversation up front. You have to be very forthright in all of the information that's coming forward. And you have to own it as you're coming forward with that information. We are going to fix the communication elements. We actually already have fixed quite a few of them. It's been an interesting couple of weeks. And as we talk about ownership of the next steps, we're also going to be describing the things that are market controlled that the agency can't control, so that you know what decisions and influences are impacting not just cost, but scope of every project in the portfolio. These are big projects, and these big projects are going to demand a higher level of attention.
And I hope we can find the money. I mean, that in reality, you know, like you say, Commissioner, we'll find the money. It's going to be tough. And that means also, I think Oregonians are going to have to own that piece of it too.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and I think I would say that it's more than finding the money for sure. We have to manage to what we've said. And so we're going to continue to do that work. And the team has made the commitment that they're going to continue to evaluate what future next steps and what scope elements could face further review is probably the way that I would describe it. But we're not targeting any of those elements that we heard earlier from Commissioner Chapman. We'd be looking at areas to provide efficiency on ramp connections and things like that. So we're talking about the operational aspects and still maintaining safety. I also want to reinforce that quite candidly, looking at a project schedule and a project estimate that has us funded in 25 looks very different from a delay standpoint than if we're not funded in 25 for this project. And I just want to be really clear. The project team nor the agency can control the future delay cost if we're not funded soon.
I do say though, the point that we're moving forward with construction on things that matter, that don't necessarily have to just be in line with that project. These are things that we've already committed to that we need to do. So to me, it's like, let's get on it, let's get it done. And then if the project falls apart, Lord help us, but if it does, at least those pieces that we need to do anyway are being done. Yes, Mr. Chapman.
At first, I just wanted to clarify, I would never say value engineering because that tends to piss off engineers, and we're looking for manufacturing efficiencies or ways we can control costs. But my point was that we have all agreed, the governor has agreed, the legislature has agreed, our partners have agreed, this is a priority. It's a priority from almost a decade ago. We have to get this done. It's important for the entire economy of the state and interstate commerce. The longer we delay it and the potential that we're not going to see funding in one package is only going to cause the cost to go up and up exponentially. So when we're coming out of this session, we need to have a comprehensive package to fund the entire project, the full project, the aux lanes, the cap, the bike ped bridge, the whole thing that's gone through the NEPA review. And it has to be enough to get us to the finish line, even if that's $2.5 billion. And if that means that we need to go back to the original funding plan, which included congestion pricing, tolls, whatever that might be, I don't think it's responsible for us to move forward unless we consider how to actually get to the finish.
Yes,
Can I ask, sort of go back and consider some of those other financing approaches or revenue approaches? What is within our scope of authority at the moment, and what would we need legislative action for?
I was gonna say, do you want me to take that one? Or do you want me
Whichever
to?
of you wants to answer that.
I mean, we have been given the authority to toll, but we've been asked to pause. Is that a fair?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think what I would say is the commission is the toll authority, but there has to be agreement at bodies that go beyond the commission as well.
Right. And we did receive a letter, it was before you were on the commission, from both the legislators and the governor's office. So at this point, everything is paused.
I might take a note on the probability estimate, and it's as much how you capture risk and probability in an estimate like that as it is how you communicate. Part of this has to be that we are communicating these projects in a way that say there's shared ownership in some of these risks, and there's other risks that we manage completely on our own. And if we're not communicating in that way, then people don't know how their decisions or lack thereof might influence the capital cost. That's the part that I'm most focused on. Yes, I'm concerned about the top dollar as well, but I'm most focused on how do we communicate what risks you can effectively manage, we can effectively manage, and then what needs to be shared with somebody else, whether that's another body or another entity.
Any other comments or Vice Chair?
It struck, Commissioner Chang's comment. I mean, really in this, obviously the ultimate owner of the project is the citizens of Oregon, but more directly, it's the legislature. We're acting, they're the owner, and it has to decide whether they're going to spend the money or not.
Just the enforcers.
But we can manage the project, but we don't have the ability to raise money.
I mean, if I had my way, we'd toll the entire I-5 corridor. But, I'm not governor or anything, so I'm just the chair. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, and we look forward to future conversations around there in very direct communication and clear communication. So, thank you.
We'll hold you to it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on to item M, delivering operations update.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Ramsdell, Division Administrator for Delivery and Operations. Today, Ms. Peltz and I are going to give you some brief updates on some of the projects within our portfolio. And also we'd like some feedback on the format and the level of content so that we can incorporate this into our operational reports so that you are getting quarterly updates. We are paying attention to the earlier conversation and making sure that we're keeping you updated on the projects that are of significant size and risk within our portfolio. So hopefully at the end, as we go through this, you'll let us know if you want more or less or whatever else you're looking for. So the first, we're going to highlight projects that are here within our Region 2 area. And Newburgh Dundee is currently under construction for Phase 2A. And things are going well, although it's just getting started. And so the work includes building up the highway so that we can build the first half of the interchange between Oregon 18 and Oregon 219. This will include eastbound exit ramps and westbound entrance ramps. 2A is fully funded, thanks in part to some funds that the Parkway Committee had started to acquire for the next phase. They were able to cover the cost of the current construction. Our contractor is Wildish, and they are working on their embankments. We are meeting with these teams that are highlighted here on a frequent cadence to get updates from them and talking about any project risks. And that's all I have on that project. So moving on to Center Street Bridge, this is in the design phase. And so we are on the first phase. The first phase addresses resiliency of the east side of the bridge and the ramps and the 5 spans. Additionally, the project includes a plan to ensure that the connectivity from the west can be reestablished shortly after a seismic event, making sure that we can connect West Salem with Salem and as well as the communities west of here. Phase 1 is estimated to be between 130 to 200 million, and it is scheduled to go to bid and start construction in summer of 2026. Right now, as it relates to that bid-let date, we are currently working with the City of Salem. In order to do the project, we will have impacts to their parks on either side of the river, and we're working through the mitigation with them. In order to move forward with any kind of right-of-way easements that we need to have our NEPA or our environmental process signed off on. That includes de minimis, we hope, finding from the city for the park impacts. And so that is the one element that is of significant risk to our project.
Yes, Vice Chair.
So this one, excuse me. This one, we originally estimated at 100 million. And our range is 30 to 100 million more than the original estimate.
Correct. This one has gone up since the date that the first estimate was put out. We are asking teams to take a look at, as mentioned earlier, adding some risks to the project and making sure that we're looking at that range of risks. And as we've done that and learn more about the soil conditions related to this particular bridge and what lessons learned from Abernathy, we have increased that current cost estimate. Want to add anything?
With our change to risk management, would we have been closer if our original estimate had been done that way?
Yes, I would like to add that the original estimate was developed as part of the 2017 legislative session and was not a comprehensive cost estimate. And there was further work done in 2018, 2019 that still didn't capture the full span of risk on the project and uncertainty. And if we were to apply the approach that we're taking today, we would be looking at we would have developed a very different cost estimate. We have been digging deep into the cost estimating approach to this project. And that is part of how we've landed on this phase one, phase two approach to the project as well. And we are working very closely with Administrator Ramsdell and myself are working very closely with the Region 2 team to manage risk and uncertainty on the project moving forward, including weekly meetings with that team going over the elements of uncertainty. Right now, the biggest factors are, as was mentioned, are about schedule. And we are doing additional investigation right now, or preparing to this summer for phase two to improve our cost estimates for phase two as well, which is at this time unfunded.
I asked that not as a criticism, because I frankly know how this one came about. And it frankly was just the legislature kind of pulled the number out of the air to get somebody to buy in to vote for the project, for the package. I mean, I'm just being very candid about that. But I raised it only because to answer your question, Amy, about what do we want to know? And I think it's important because of the criticism that the commission and the department has had that we should know that. What did we start with? And when we deviate, why did we deviate?
Yes. And
that's questions we ought to be asking.
Okay.
I might just add, for this one in particular, Mr. Vice Chair, you've captured the way that this initial number, so you notice I'm not using the word estimate, this initial number was allocated in House Bill 2017, and then it was summarily delayed until a construction start date or a design start date of 2025, right? And so there was no inflation added to it. There was no estimating done to the detail that we would apply to a risk-based estimate. But where we are now, much in the vein of the earlier conversations, is this will have a risk-based estimate on it.
Well, and I guess my question is in phase one, what are we buying in phase one versus phase two is in the construction? Because you're talking about between 30 and, $100 million.
Yep. So with phase one, we are buying improvements on the east end of the bridge, and we're buying those resilient improvements to keep the bridge standing on that end, as well as the 5 spans across the river. We've also put together a plan in the event there is an earthquake, say before we can get to phase two, which is the west side and those connections over in West Salem. That is a very complicated connection there, and reconfiguring that will take more time and more money than was in the current cost estimate.
The phase one work is a retrofit of the existing structures. Phase two will be a reconstruction and replacement. So it will be a very different type of work on the west side than on the east side and the main spans, main crossings.
I would just hate to see another Bend, Oregon overpass bridge standing there only half completed. I mean, I just worry sometimes that, we just keep doing this to ourselves. We can't delay because of costs, and yet we don't have enough money to actually do. And so
well, I mean, I would just tell you, I thought when we were doing it, we only were buying environmental work and pre-engineering, not construction. And there's differences of opinion on that, what they thought, but that's what we thought we were buying.
I feel like the rest of the country has figured out a way to fund projects specifically until that project is completed. We just don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Okay.
Do you have more slides for us?
We do.
Move on to the next slide, please.
Yes, we're waiting.
Didn't mean to upset your whole presentation.
This is great. We've got feedback already, so this is good. We will make sure that we will continue to show you the original estimates as well as the current estimates, and some explanation as to why things have changed. So also I-205 Abernathy, just an update on that project. This summer, we anticipate the installation of the large bridge girders on the east and west ends of the bridge. We're going to continue to install the bearing steel needed to widen the bridge and complete the crossbeam construction. And in 2026, we will jack things up and slide the bridge out so that we can pour concrete in the middle of the bridge and widen the bridge to accommodate those additional lanes. We will then demolish any of the old bridge columns and the work trestle. We did have a meeting with our design consultant, and some of their more senior staff flew in to meet with our team to talk about these plans. And we want to make sure that we have resources available to us, not just in design, but also when we move to construction, who have actually done this type of work before. And so we're already starting to think about what does that communication plan look like when we do that, because it will require some long closures. And then also one of the things they said is we might want to put a kind of a time delayed camera so that people can see why the bridge is closed, that has been used in other parts of the country. It will be interesting. It'll be big, and it's the first time we've done this, to my knowledge. We've built things on the side and slid them in, but this pouring in the middle, I don't have any record of that. We are on schedule to be complete in 2026.
Is that our original time?
No, that is not our original time. I'm going to defer to the director on that one.
You might recall the previous conversations around the changes associated with the piers and the coatings on the pier, and then also the doweling for the piers. Those changes added almost a year.
So also just an update on the Oregon 217 auxiliary lane project. Starting as early as the weekend of May 30th, just after Memorial Day, the contractor will begin their final paving. And so we have provided them with up to 5 weekends of closures, directional closures. The contractor can choose which weekends are the most conducive based on weather, and they're scheduled to make a closure. Our Region 1 staff are already starting to communicate, and they have a communications plan. They've kept their website up to date. There are direct mailers to keep people informed on the progress. And we have some pictures for both of these just to show you the work after these smaller updates. And I will let Ms. Peltz talk about 217 and what we did with Hall Boulevard when we get to that slide. But I just wanted to point out on I-205 Abernathy Bridge, we are at 58% complete. All of the drilled shafts are complete. And just for those who haven't been near the project or seen the size of the bridge and those shafts, if you look at that person there, they're just huge. It's amazing. So then on Oregon 217 Hall Boulevard, I will turn that over to Ms. Peltz.
Good afternoon. For the record, Tova Peltz, Statewide Capital Program Engineer. So in April, we completed lifting and resetting the bearing plates on the Hall Boulevard Bridge. That work went very smoothly once it started. And the interim completion date for Hall Boulevard reopening is in August of 2025, so coming up this summer. And then we will move forward. Well, we continue to move forward with work throughout the corridor. And as Administrator Ramsell said, we will be moving on to paving and striping this summer as well. So, but on the bridge, we have bridge deck work, sidewalks, the bridge rail, and paving and striping to do also between now and the end of the summer. But things are moving smoothly.
So that's it on the project side. Are there any questions or any additional feedback on what you'd like to see?
You sure you want that?
Yeah, actually we do.
We're back. So we'll start at this end again.
I'm just struck, as I often am, by what massive projects are in motion. And I know that I know we're not necessarily hitting the timelines originally desired, but having such massive projects and and making steady progress on them is impressive.
Thank you. Mr. Baker?
No, thanks for the update.
Excellent.
Vice Chair?
Nope.
Commissioner? All right. Thank you.
Excellent. So we will continue with this format in the future. So we also don't want to lose the opportunity to also highlight the work of our maintenance personnel. So moving on, this winter was rather difficult, particularly for our staff in regions 3 and 5. They saw an impressive amount of precipitation, whether that was here in Region 3, you see in the high Cascades, the snow that built up. We had several road closures. And then no sooner was that done than we also received the rain. And so Oregon 38, 42, and 138 were all closed due to fallen debris. You have some of the pictures there. We even had to close parts of I-5. The rock that you see on the far right was down near the I-5 and Oregon-California border. And so we partnered a lot with our local governments down there, providing technical expertise where they had some geotechnical failures. The majority of the damage was really done on the local level. We saw some pictures of apartment buildings and people's homes that were on some cliffs that were in great distress, and our team pitched in to provide advice. It's a significant amount of money in terms of the damage throughout the region. However, those are eligible for emergency fund reimbursement through federal highways. And so we have been working to get that, and those are moving through. In Region 5, we had quite a bit of flooding. And so we had flooding at the Malheur River, and in Wallowa County. We saw areas where we needed to close Highway 20. And if you look to the picture on the left, you'll see that the water did wash out quite a bit of the edge of our shoulder there. And so the crews are continuing to work on that, and it'll cost us approximately $200,000 to bring in some rock and repair that. The flooding and the impacts to our system was much less than the local system. We saw houses that were impacted by the flooding, and it was incredibly significant. Our staff also provided support in the terms of providing traffic services, as well as we provided sandbags, materials, and other work to help them get through the incident. And so with that, I just want to recognize the work that they've done. Those were some long days and some long nights, but I appreciate that they were partnering with everyone locally.
Vice Chair?
One you didn't talk about is the Aurora interchange. Where are we at on that?
We are continuing work on that. I can bring back some detailed information
Is
on
it
that
just
project.
going the way it's supposed to go?
Yes, it is. We will include that one next time as well. We'll give you a few more projects in our next
Are there
update.
any other significant, I'm trying to get a sense of the significant projects that are out there. I think you covered all of them except that one. And not that there's a lot of other things, but those are the big ones, right?
Yeah, and then the I-5 Kubler to South, the I-5 Kubler South project on I-5 as well.
that's
So
right,
we
yeah.
will bring those back next time and add those to our list of projects.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And now we're to the end.
Yeah.
We're on item N, which is the Office of Equity and Civil Rights update, and I believe Ms. Crean and were you hoping that I would just do this?
I was.
No. Sorry. It's early yet.
Late afternoon. Serena Stoudemire Wesley, Assistant Director for Equity and Civil Rights. And we're here just to give you a quarterly update on our equity team and our civil rights team and the work that we've been doing. There's a lot of buzz out there right now. National talk, Civil rights is still legal. We're still marching forward with our equity and our inclusivity at ODOT. We're very committed to the work that we're doing. What we really want to reiterate is all means all. We're not leaving anyone out. So the verbiage may change on some things, but the work is still the same as we're moving forward. As a matter of fact, we feel like what we're doing the work that we're doing will be even more embedded as we're going on, and just will lift up what we're doing as a state in our operations. As we're doing this work, folks are more aware of what we're doing. We're staying the course. We're aligned with the governor's office and DAS and with other state agencies across our state to make sure that we're moving this work forward. And again, that we're leaving no one behind as we're doing this work. And so we just wanted to come and do our quarterly update and really focus on our civil rights work. We'll be coming back to you in July to really give you more information on the community engagement, but we'll touch on that just a little bit today as we're doing this work. And so I'm going to turn it over to Angela Crane, who is our manager for our civil rights program. Oh, I forgot to do this part right here. As you can see, these are our functional areas within the Office of Equity and Civil Rights. This is all the work, most of the work that we're doing. We do a lot of things. We do a lot of cross-functional work across the agency, internally as well as externally with our partners. Just today, I sent the list to, I think, was over the traffic of over 300 community-based organizations that we touch or someone else touched us in some way, some form or fashion. And so that's just some of the work that we do. In our equity work, we are aligned we do collaborations with our divisions to ensure that programs are protected. We collaborate with human resources around our workforce and make sure that's aligned. We're consulting not just internally, but also externally with our external partners and other state agencies as we're doing this work. And as I was here a month ago, we talked about the changes that we did that happened since I've come along and now the Assistant Director of Equity and Civil Rights. It was kind of fragmented, but we have our civil rights, we have our field ops and our data, and we have our equity team. So now you can see the functional teams and how we're doing the work and what we're doing as we're doing this work. And so we're here to give you an update on that. So now I'll turn it over to Angela.
Thank you, Serena. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Angela Crane, I'm a manager within the Office of Equity and Civil Rights. So I'm just going to quickly go through the functional chart as it relates to the civil rights portfolio, and then I will expand on a couple of the program areas as we move forward through the presentation. So within our civil rights portfolio, disadvantaged business enterprise or DBE, highway workforce development, including workforce apprenticeship support in partnership with the Bureau of Labor and Industries, and building up the skilled construction workforce pipeline. Innovative contracting, we have a team on Rose Quarter, Abernathy, Burnside Bridge, ADA curb ramp design build projects, and the upcoming IBR project as examples. Small business development, this was passed during the 2023 legislative session to aid qualified small businesses to compete for public improvement contracts. This is a race and gender neutral program. Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance or Office, TARO. We engage with our Oregon tribes and provide employment opportunities on our federally funded construction projects. Emerging small business, provide opportunities for small firms to compete as prime contractors for state funded projects up to $250,000. Again, race and gender neutral program. Title VI, ensured non-discrimination in any program or activity, and applies not only to ODOT, but subrecipients and contractors. American with Disabilities or ADA, Equal Employment Opportunity or EEO. We focus on, it's an external focus and applies to contractors and their workforce. And then language access. We ensure access to information in languages other than English. Federal and small business programs. So I'd like to highlight that we have made great progress with our small business development program. We have identified 2 initial pilot projects for rollout this year and opened up the soft application launch in April. We now have 4 qualified firms as of yesterday, and many more are in the application process currently, and we are working individually with each one of them to get them qualified. For the ESB program, we are wrapping up the 23-25 budget and are on target with providing 10 million in contracts to ESBs. Oregon currently has over 500 certified ESBs that are eligible to work on these contracts. Throughout this last year, our team has conducted over 100 one-on-one meetings with firms and provided training and guidance for firms looking to grow their business and contract with ODOT. We have also hosted 2 doing business with ODOT virtual events within the last 6 months, with attendance exceeding 450 Oregon and out-of-state businesses. Additionally, ODOT has attended 38 small business events that hosted over 1,000 attendees that are interested in state government contracting. ODOT's highway construction program is focused on outreach, training, supportive services, and diversifying the construction workforce. The apprenticeship program implements House Bill 2649 and establishes a 12% overall apprenticeship goal for projects valued at $3 million or more and subcontracts valued at $750,000 or more. The labor equity program focuses on the implementation of community benefits contracts and project labor agreements. We are currently engaged with the Newburgh-Dundee project labor agreement. Our newest approach to innovative contracting is the design build DBE OEPP. So that's a mouthful, or open-ended performance plan. This method allows the prime contractor to commit to fulfilling the DBE goal in both design and construction via a commitment plan. This approach supports a design build contract as they advertise many of the details before they are determined. So instead of primes submitting named DBEs up front, they commit to meeting a goal with details of the anticipating subcontracting opportunities. We then monitor throughout the design build progress. I'd also like to note that ODOT was one of the first DOTs in the nation that received federal highway approval for an OEPP plan, and that's also being used as an example with other DOTs. ODOT currently has 3 memorandums of understandings, or MOUs, with Oregon tribes, the Confederated Tribes of Umatilla, Grand Ronde, and Warm Springs. We are currently consulting with the Klamath tribe as they are standing up a brand new TARO program. The MOUs establish procedures to be followed by both parties to aid in ensuring the provisions of the TARO code and the FHWA Indian hiring preference provisions are complied with for projects on or near reservations. The TARO program aims to contribute to the prosperity of ODOT's tribal partners, as well as the agency mission through multiple pathways: wealth creation, investments in the construction trade skills, and workforce diversity. Through our MOUs, TARO referred employees tend to make at least as much as the median income of the zip code in which they live in, if not more, based on Oregon TARO referred employees over the past 4 years. This suggests that the TARO program offers wealth creation opportunities for its referred employees. Our staff also oversee compliance and provide technical assistance for federal and state non-discrimination programs, ensuring that all contractors working with ODOT are meeting federal and state requirements for Title VI, ADA, and EEO. Similar to the previous slide, our staff provide guidance and assistance aiming to ensure compliance with both environmental justice, or EJ, and language access. These critical team members conduct compliance monitoring, community engagement, and reporting on all of the civil rights programs. Our small business navigators, which are newer positions approved as part of the Executive Order 2215 implementation, focus on technical assistance and outreach for small businesses to engage with ODOT projects. Field coordinators are represented in each of the 5 ODOT regions and provide region-specific support to ensuring compliance and workforce development to fulfill the future pipeline. Our data team is responsible for all federal and state reporting, including small business performance metrics and dashboards, contractor workforce data, TARO data, legislative and governor's office reporting, as well as ad hoc requests that continue to come in. So thank you, and open to any questions or feedback unless we want to wait till the end. Thank you.
Questions? We'll keep going.
Yeah.
5 more minutes. Yeah.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding.
Are you
Did you say you have a question?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
But I don't
You-
want to interrupt.
Which would you prefer? Do you want us
Go,
to
yeah, keep going.
keep going, then we'll.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Susie Ashenfelter with the Office of Equity and Civil Rights at ODOT. I'm just gonna these next two couple slides are some of our key milestones and accomplishments from our office. And so I'll just kind of skim through those. Some of the priorities that our office has been really focusing on is around community engagement, diversifying our workforce, and our committees as well as enhancing how we use data. And then also this next slide highlights some of the civil rights milestones and accomplishments that we've seen over the last few years, which Angela also highlighted some of the great work that we're doing with our disadvantaged and small business communities. As part of our strategic action plan, we continue to prioritize community engagement, procurement and contracting, and also our right to access plan. So the right to access plan is our state mandated DEI plan that we are transitioning to a transportation specific plan. We'll focus on activities that create access for all and align it with our short and long-term range agency strategic plan. So we're hoping this is more aligned with the work that we're doing in the agency. Along with the strategic action plan priorities, we also are prioritizing work for internal workforce workplace training around our culture, as well as revamping our affirmative action plan with the goal to enhance how we use data and really just provide more opportunities for collaboration across the agency. And then, of course, continue to evaluate and improve all the programs that we have within the Office of Equity and Civil Rights. Community engagement is one of the priorities, and we do plan to have a more robust update on this in the future meeting, but I will highlight these are the 4 strategies that the 4 essential measures will be focusing community engagement practices on. And we just want to highlight that this will not be a one-size-fits-all approach to how we engage with our communities. We realize that all the communities that we impact are different, and the cultures within those communities are different. And so we will be working to establish these practices with that in mind. And that's it. That was quick.
I will say, just to add, we changed the DEI action plan to a right to access plan, not just because of what's going on, but also to be, again, as Susie said, to be more focused and be more intentional about transportation across our agencies, so that we're no longer working in our little silos, but we are spreading the work agency-wide so that the agency has a say in what we're doing. So we're not doing something to folks, but we're also having the buy-in of everyone, but also going out to our communities and talking to them as well as we're doing this work. And what are the needs of those communities? Instead of us telling them, we want to ask them, what are the needs what do they want from us? And same as what our internal departments as well. We want to hear from them. We can't just set strategies and actions for them. We need to know what it is that they need, because we want to be able to work alongside them and not tell them what to do, but to work side of them to get the work moved forward in a more intentional way.
Sure.
First of all, thank you. This is really important work, and I really appreciate it. A couple of thoughts from my perspective. It would be helpful to me when we talk about what we've accomplished. I mean, this was a great briefing in what we do, but I think it would be really helpful to say what we've done and put some numbers to it. And along with that, start putting some goals out there in terms of the KPIs that become important to you. And then, the numbers obviously don't tell all the story. Anecdotal examples of the work that you've done and the progress you've made would be very helpful to me. So you talk about a program and you can say, this is what we did. This was the situation. We worked with this group. We solved this problem. Those kinds of things would be really, really helpful to me. So.
Thank you. Will do.
I think one of the things that I'm always really curious about is our workforce partnership and building up our workforce. it's always a concern for me to see, that we're not doing that. And so seeing that goal there, that we're trying to get to that, I think is very, very important, because our future doesn't look that great when you look at construction and workforce in the state of Oregon. Everything's coming from the outside and not internally from our own state, because we haven't done the development on it. So to me, that's a big thing. I know for DBEs in the past, I think that it's great that in the state of Oregon, we set goals at what we're going to do on a project or what we're going to do with a service. Bus is as an example, transit. And when we get there, we can't find anybody that is local enough or in our state to actually use as a DBE, and it's really frustrating. So you never get to the goal. And so when the feds come in and they're looking at the money that they've dropped into a project, and they're saying, how come you didn't meet your goal? Saying, well, there's nobody out there. And to see how much work you've been doing, I just applaud you, because I've been tracking this for years. You know that, Angela. I mean, I've been around for a long time, and it's always been very frustrating to me just that we can't find people, DBEs especially. So thank you. Any other last comments? Okay, well, thank you for the update. We look forward to the next one.
Yes. We'll have it.
Great.
Yes,
Thank
all.
you. And with that, any other comments from the commission as before we adjourn? And I need a motion if we're going to adjourn. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, was that, motion? Great. We are adjourned. 3:17.